Good afternoon, everyone. It is the great Thursday. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Robin Black, and I've got myself a fancy Robin Black t-shirt on.
Yes.
Follow him on all the social media to find out how you can get your hands on one of these. So, Mr. Black, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm seeing if the link on Twitter is up so I can share it with the peoples.
All right.
Yeah, it's, anyone that's joined us already, thank you. This is just freeing, right? Like both of us we're fortunate to have busy lives. Sometimes it's shit that you don't want to deal with, like flooding in your home or weird kind of shit, but we're fortunate to have busy lives. But this is sort of freeing. Like all the other stuff will be on hold now as we'll watch fights with our friends. And that's a really fucking, like, I'm thankful for this.
Absolutely. This is the month of November, and we all like to say things that we're thankful of. It is definitely something that I'm thankful of. A long day. To everybody in the comments, of course, we will bring up comments as they come on. So definitely, hey, and this is an interactive showing of course, the Bellator prelims and everything. So feel free to comment. Hopefully, it's something relatively intelligible, and we'll go ahead and mention on there. But I look forward to this. This is something that is great for me. As you mentioned, it's free, and it's something I look forward to. Can relax, watch some great fights, have some great discussion. You guys, it's always interesting. Before we get together a little bit before the show, and we had a great conversation right before the show. So many things to talk about. A lot of philosophy.
Yeah.
A lot of how you look at things. Why is this happening?
Yep.
This, that, the other.
Yeah. Why is this happening to me? And it's like, well, most things are happening to everybody in some way. But man, we'll talk about some of these things. There was a lot of nice comments already. We'll throw some of them. I know how to put the comments on now.
Yeah, there you go. See?
But now I know how to do things. Also, so I'll tell you about our guests if you're joining us and you didn't see any of my posts. I didn't make as many because of how busy we've been. But people have been digging this. Eddie Abasolo will be joining us maybe like in 15 minutes or so. If you don't know who Eddie Abasolo is, like I was going to say, get the fuck off the stream, but I really don't mean that. Hang out with us. You should learn who Eddie is. Eddie's a brilliant martial artist. And he's like a Zen dude. Like he's going to be a good vibe around these parts while we watch fights together. He's also very different than John Fitch, who's also going to be here. Yeah, John Fitch is like a lunch bucket, like blue collar badass. Mike Brown, Coach Mike. Holy shit, we got the best cast of weirdos and characters and people today. And then later, Mal's got to go for a bit, so I hope he doesn't miss meeting Dr. Brian Sutterer. Some of you might know Dr. Brian. He's got a YouTube channel where he looks at like a football player broke his leg in half, or like, he got a lot of trouble when he was talking about is he Adesanya's gyno, because there are being a specialist, being a fringe specialist on something like steroids is actually different than being a doctor. And specialized doctors, scientists, and learned people know a lot of things, but there are little specializations. Anyways, he got in a lot of trouble from a lot of weirdos who are really into steroids. But that's just part of the job when you're a YouTube doctor or scientist or a creator or whatever. Part of it.
You're absolutely right. Well, it's if you just a little bit more of Dr. Starter. If you guys are watch American football or the NFL, he did a great breakdown of what happened to Dak Prescott, so you can actually see him breaking down as a physician, and he tells you what the injury was. So he's got a fantastic channel. I went in there, I clicked for that, and I saw so much other stuff, and I realized it had been like an hour or two. I was just spending time watching, things that he's broken down and explaining certain things.
Also, we're going to have the prelims right here in this stream. Speaking of the prelims, does anyone stand a chance against Pitbull in this Grand Prix? Yes. And I say that with the utmost respect for the great Patricio Pitbull. But today it's Darian Caldwell and AJ McKee, both of whom are dangerous fights for Pitbull. Pitbull's a genius. He's a veteran already, even though he's only in his young 30s. But these guys are dangerous. And Emmanuel Sanchez will be the dark horse for sure. But if you watched Emmanuel Sanchez, last week? It was last week, right?
Yeah.
Man, he looked good. And Rafion Stotts today is fighting Keith Lee. Rafion trains with Manny Sanchez and Pettis, the Pettis brothers. So some killer fights. And Ben Henderson and Jason Jackson, that's a sick fight. That's a
Yes.
sick, super sick fight. Really great fights today. I'm really jazzed up about this.
Well, I mean, you outdid yourself again with the guest list, so definitely thank you for that, sir. So I know there's someone there who said they're looking forward to seeing Fitch on the podcast and everything else. So definitely thank him for donating, spending a little bit of time with us tonight and watching and having a good conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna have some fun. I think the fights start at 4:45 Eastern time, right?
Correct. So just to tune everybody in, let me go ahead and get that prepared. So what's happening right now, just to show what's going on right now, we've got the Bellator fights that are up here, and there's the countdown, which shows there's 18:30 that's counting down. So once those go live, we will have the prelims. We'll pull them on in. We'll have our guests that are in this up-down format, and we'll just keep things going. But that will be as soon as
it's going to be killer. Baby Slice.
Yes.
You know who Kimbo Slice is? Of course you do. One of the most famous fighters of all time, and just fascinating human being. His son Kevin Ferguson Jr. fighting Joey Davis. This is a really, really. Rich Chow might join us from Cage Side. I'm going to bug Chael again. Too. I always bug Chael.
Listen, that is a constant. We bug Chael. Everybody in the chat, we bug Chael until he comes on the show. So you know what? If people want to send Chael tweets and everything, that's cool.
Yeah,
too.
tell Chael to join our chat. I text him, and then he'll be like, "What's this again?" And that's his gag. Chael is a guy who's got a lot of gags. He's got shticks, and that's one of his shticks. Is like, oh yeah. So get Joe Rogan for these two. That's not impossible. Like, Joe is the busiest human being I know. But every now and again, if you catch him, and I'll be communicating with him. And when I was in Austin, I was chatting with him. I just didn't connect with him, which was a drag. But there was an election going on, and he's got a lot of friends and people that he does podcasts with that are like election type political people. So, but yeah, if I catch him at the right time, I'm like, dude, I'm going to send you this link. Pop in. It's not impossible. Also, George St. Pierre is going to pop in one of these days, but it's not like this minute because he just started doing French commentary for the UFC, and you don't want to rock.
You don't want to do that
gig, right?
I hate to tell you, but technically, I guess the election is still going on. You're watching. You're like that neighbor upstairs. Hey, is everything okay down there? You guys going on? We're fine.
Some weird shit's going on down there. Hey, look, John Fitch is here.
Hey, if he's ready to come on in,
let's get him in.
Let's bring him on in. Let's see here.
Let's get him in. John Fitch.
There he is.
John Fitch, what's going on?
How's it going?
Good, man. Do you know my friend Mallory?
How you doing, man?
How you doing, Mr. Fitch? Mr. John Fitch.
You are in San Jose?
In San Jose currently. The sun came out today, so it's looking good.
Yeah, I'm in Edmonton, Canada. The snow came out today. So
I'm near
Nope. I moved. I jumped in the car, drove 2,000 miles to escape the cold.
Were you Midwest? Where were you from?
Indiana. Boilermaker.
Yes.
Right. So yeah.
Right.
I had enough. Yeah. But I was lied to though, because I thought all of California was like Baywatch.
Right. And it isn't?
No, it's not.
It's not.
San Jose is rainy and a little bit cold for a few months a year, and it's barely tolerable.
I've been to San Jose. I think I was cage side when you fought Rory. That was San Jose, right? Or was that LA?
No, that was San Jose.
Yeah. San Jose's boring too.
Man, it's a lot of nerds.
At least downtown doesn't.
Well, no,
seem
there's
like
a lot of stuff going on.
on.
There's a lot of cool stuff going on downtown now. Not now since everything's locked down, but like, because I live downtown. When I fought Roy, I could walk to the stadium, and it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. There was a lot of stuff to do, but like, you have to be a fun person. Because there's a lot of nerds that just it's sad. They don't know how to have fun.
Yeah, I know. Fun's important. Tell us about that fight with Rory. It was a close fight.
I thought I won. I thought I was a champ. I thought it would have been a great story to end everything, but whatever, man. It's the sports can be ugly sometimes.
Unforgiving bullshit is what it is.
It's whatever. The world, existence is preposterous, so
yeah.
Why should I be upset about?
It's true.
Judge is not doing her job.
Yeah. I mean, that's to be expected, right? Do you have any interest in Stoic philosophy?
Yeah, I have that. I bought that book, Daily Stoic. I have, I knew what stoicism was before it ever had a name, because
Yeah.
that's my dad. Like I know what stoic was. You know, I had my grandfather. You know, he would come
Right.
and be around, and his presence was felt. Everybody knew he was there, and like he never had to really say much. Like it was all
Right.
sign language, almost body movement, and people did things. So like. There's a lot to it. I think a lot of people have lost that. I think too much today. People are taught to like embrace their emotions. Just
Right.
be emotional, be emotional, be emotive. But like,
Yes. We're stimulus response animals. Be a stimulus response animal.
incorrect. Like you're not supposed to ignore your emotions and shove them down, but you're not supposed to like go into a rage or burst into tears in like serious moments.
Yeah, right.
You need to have that piece of stoicism where you can detach from the moment and take a step back and look at it like you're an angel looking down at it. Like it's
right.
People don't have that. People don't grow up anymore. They're a child, so they never lose that. I'm emotional. I want it now.
There's a weird one that you see out in the world, and I'm Canadian. We're not that different, but we sure see it a lot where people are like, yeah, like, do you have kids? Yeah, you have a son. Do you have any? Yeah. So 2 sons. So when kids are little, sometimes, somebody will say, no, she did it first. Or no, they're worse, and they do that thing. You see grown-ups doing that shit all the time now.
I tell my sons, I don't care. They get into a fight. I said, I don't care who started. I don't care who did it. I yell at them. You know, they're the age now they can start picking up after themselves. They leave wrappers and stuff laying around. Like it's time. So I'll yell at them, and then one will be like, "It's his," and then I'll be like, "I don't care. I don't care who did it. This is your home. You live here. Clean up." Like I clean up crap all day long. It's not mine. Like you live here.
Clean it up. Mal, are you like that with your kids?
Yeah, and see, I'm opposite of John. I have all daughters, so there's a flipping of the card, and the thing is, what people will tell you with parenting for boys and girls, and boys versus girls, and everything, it's kind of pretty much the same. You know, they're these little unprogrammable little robots before, and your job, if you think about it, the most important job that you will ever have is a parent, because you are training for 18, maybe 20 plus years. This human being that's going to go out in society, and unless you do your job right, someone else may suffer. So I think that's
you will suffer too. Like,
oh, you're gonna suffer the entire time.
I realize like if I put more responsibility on them as they age, they take care of themselves more. You know, like they're starting to like get up and like I still have to put toothbrush on the toothbrush. That's irritating me. But like they're starting to go up into the room and then grab their own clothes. That saves me 5 minutes out of my day. Like, and then you just keep building. You just keep building.
When you get something like that, and it just takes a little bit off your plate. Due to circumstances, I had she'll be 13 2 days, and she's the youngest, but she makes my life so much easier because I wake her up for school. She goes and gets her laptop. She does it. Hey, let's check in. I've got this assignment due. Do you need help with it? Yes, I do. We'll do it. But it makes it so much easier when she's taking the initiative and doing it herself. And that's a good step to later young adulthood and adulthood, that you don't have to worry about other things happening. You know?
Hey, John, you got a killer mic. It's a good look. Cool. Do you have a podcast right now? Are you doing your own?
I have a few things going on. John Fitch Knows Nothing. It's Sunday nights at 7 Pacific Standard Time. I go live. It streams on Fight TV. But I stream on like 4 on Periscope, YouTube, number.
Cool. Yeah.
I also have it's on Podbean also, and I think whatever, all the other stuff.
John Fitch Knows Nothing. I like it.
So they can't get mad at me for saying crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Smart. I'm saying right in the title, I don't know anything, so don't blame me.
Yeah.
But then I also do Fitch and Tinkle Smash Everything, and that's
who's Tinkle?
Mostly Chris Tinkle. He's my buddy. He's a stand-up comedian.
Oh, cool.
He's briefly in the documentary Such Great Heights, I think.
Cool.
He did the Steel Cage comedy thing. So like he's been around for a while. He's been in some podcasts and other things for a while.
Yeah. Hey, look at that. Where'd that come from? Al, did you put that there?
I looked it up right away. So that's on Podbean. Of course, your local podcast repository may be different, but there you go. John Fitch Knows Nothing. I'm going to have to add that in my regular rotation.
John Fitch, you fucking rock, bud. That's what Casey Wilson said.
Nice.
Yeah.
Casey
Yeah.
fan.
Do you know Eddie Abasolo?
Abba? I don't know any Abba.
Eddie Abasolo is his
Hey.
name. Eddie
Oh,
Abasolo
I
is
thought you were asking if I knew how to play any Abba. Like
No,
the band.
no,
I was like,
no.
no.
no. Eddie is a Muay Thai fighter from CSA Gym. And
Oh,
he is
okay.
like a Zen dude. He's going to join us a bit later too. When the fights are going to start in like, I don't know, 8 or 9 minutes, and we get to have him right in the stream so we can hang out and watch fights.
That's awesome.
Eddie's a cool dude. He's a very, you've probably seen highlights of him doing spinning elbows. You have, for sure. And then Mike Brown.
I'm terrible with names unless I write it or read it a few times.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a
Abasolo
name tag
is a
on a few times. But no, I mean, I just, like, someone asked me what my mom's name is. Sometimes I don't draw a blank.
It's funny. I'm very much the same. And my job sometimes, like, I'll be sitting at a desk wearing a suit, doing a live thing, and a camera comes to me, and my guy will say something.
Only when you have to know it.
Well, yeah. But I literally one time, I'll think of the person, I'll think of who they fought, I'll know what they look like. I just can't think of their names.
Their birthday.
Literally, one day it comes to me when I'm doing my job, and I can't think of Rampage Jackson's name. Like how that? Like I mean, I can't think of Rampage Jackson's name. In my mind, I got like a giant chain, and he's howling, and a power bomb. I got everything. I just can't, like, I don't know how you forget. But my partner, Ramdeen, that I used to work with, he knew that about me. So there was a certain kind of stutter, or I would start to describe something and he would just say it at me, you know?
Listen, you haven't lived until you're talking and interviewing someone and you forget it as you're talking in this live. And it's like, okay, let me just keep saying something until it comes back to me during that time. That's happened before. Yeah. It's something about having to know that information right there at the time. And all of a sudden your brain just lapses.
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a strange one. John, have you looked at the card today?
No, I've been, the Thursday cards threw me off for a little bit.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Yeah.
I like it though.
They're a little more in the daytime, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just have to schedule. I need to put it in my Google Calendar.
Yeah. AJ McKee, you know that kid?
Yeah, he's tough.
Yeah, tough. He is. Fighting Darian Caldwell.
It's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I was thinking about it. Obviously, when people talk about fighting, they use these extreme generalizations. Oh, you got to stop the takedown. It's like, no shit, right? Like the simple way we discuss, how's his wrestling? But fighting isn't really like that anymore, right? Like it's all so fluid that we can't compartmentalize it as simply as we once did.
It should be. It should be. Not everybody is real fluid. I think there's a lot of guys, and I these are the fights that I get bored with. The ones that are the back and forth, just like, oh, we're just gonna box, tap, 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 tap. And there's no mixing it up.
Turn based.
There's no strategy change. There's no seamlessness at all. Even if they try to go to a wrestling takedown or something else, it's like stand up straight to a wrestling shot. There's no setup. Yeah. You see it coming.
Yeah.
And some of that is people who are trying to put on exciting fights and they just stand and bang. And they don't put any strategy into it, and that happens sometimes. Sometimes just because people don't know how to fill that gap, and that's a big problem for most people. They don't know how to fill the gap from striking at range to in on a person's hips or in on a clinch.
Yeah, and connect them. One thing when I watch Caldwell, it's like, he goes from being standing in a gap to having a hold of you in really weird times with in weird ways that you don't read. Do you know what I mean? And you do that a lot too.
He throws with power, respectable power where you have to respect the stand-up. So if you can make a person respect your stand-up, then their wrestling defense isn't really there. You have to make a choice. So that's one of the things that I've discovered is you can't do both. You can't defend striking and defend wrestling simultaneously. It's impossible. You have to make the choice. So the guy who's able to, I call it fitting in, when you're from at range into a clinch position. Yeah. If you're able to fitting in, right? Because you're fitting in like a puzzle piece. You make him commit to something. You fit into where your bodies just connect tight. Right. So the guys that do the best, I think, are those guys who are able to draw the guys out, move around, and fit in.
I find that when it's done in a weird rhythm or time, Like where I'm watching it, I watch thousands and thousands of fights, but this guy does it at a time that doesn't feel like the usual time, or on a rhythm or a cadence or a downbeat or an out breath or something about the choosing of the when.
Keith Jardine style. Like
Yeah,
his
right.
stand-up. Like Keith Jardine was
Yeah.
so choppy.
Mhm.
You couldn't get a read on him. And like
Yeah.
the night he beat Chuck just could not find him, could not find the range.
Yeah.
People are finding this
Yeah.
awkward.
I was
This guy
there.
fight-
Yeah,
I was there for that one.
I fought that night, I think.
I think it was in Ohio, wasn't it?
No, I think it was in LA.
Huh.
It was a fight called Knockout, and nobody got knocked out.
Yeah, right.
I
Yeah.
think it was when I fought Diego, I think.
Yeah, we have come quite a long way from these ridiculous names and titles and posters and shit. It's still a little dicey. By the way, is that
Sometimes
a
I like the
flag?
ridiculous. You know, like
Yeah, me too.
sometimes I think we just need to roll into it. Like I do a MMA show on Monday too with this guy Jason Burmis called Mixed Martial Mindset, and we talked about this, but so we just the thing. I just forgot what I was talking about.
That's cool.
We were talking about labels and everything else. That's just to fill in. Maybe this will come back to you. John was right. UFC 76 called Knockout was in Anaheim, California.
Yep.
That's a good pull to remember that. And like you said, it was Knockout and nobody got knocked out. You know.
Yep.
You know, that makes me think of when
the ridiculousness. We were talking about the ridiculous of
That's
the situation with COVID.
Yes, you're right.
It is to throw
Are
into
you
it 'cause
high,
There's
John
no audience.
Fitch? Are you high?
A little bit. I'm having a little afternoon whiskey.
There you go.
Good. I'm gonna have a couple beers later, but
But the idea of there's no audience, so they need to have fun with the arena. They need to have fun with the set. So like they need to have like the underground garage with cars around the cage and the lights on.
yeah.
Like put them on a mountain edge or something.
Yeah.
Get into the production of the fight, not just in some sound studio with everything black behind it.
Agreed. And there's a lot of weird shit when it comes to, and I think the fights are almost up, but there's a lot of weird shit when it comes to anything that we've done a lot. Football, the Oscars, fighting, I don't care. Where we just do the same things over and over again. Like, and we think that's good enough. And it isn't. The creativity is an important thing in the world, in life,
What is it? Superstitious. We get superstitious about
Yes.
this. We're very superstitious.
Ritualistic. We get ritualistic.
It is. It almost after a while, it almost becomes like a cultish like ritual. Oh no, we have to take
We have to do
steps. We
this.
have to follow this order.
Robin, looks like we've got Eddie, I think, that's ready to come in stream.
Eddie? All right, let's bring him in. Eddie Abasolo, how are you, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Yeah.
That is John Fitch.
Hey,
John
what's up,
Fitch?
John?
I'm good, man.
That's my buddy Mallory.
What's up, Mallory?
How you doing there, brother?
I'm good, man.
Where are you, man? Bay Area or something? You're in California, right?
Yeah, in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you training today?
Just a little bit. I got a little workout in, but we're on lockdown again out here, so it sucks, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool. It's cool having your own facility, though. Finally, so I could go in at any time. Get a little workout in, get a little sweat, or even just be in the atmosphere, and then
What's it called again? Mallory will put it up in the stream.
Oh yes.
The gym.
Yeah.
The resistance training. The Resistance Fitness Center. Yeah.
Sweet.
All right.
And you got Instagram and Twitter and website and stuff?
Yeah, I believe the Instagram is the Resistance Fitness Center as well.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So John Fitch, somebody said you're fun on mushrooms. Are you one of these microdosers?
I'm a big believer in microdosing.
Yes.
For brain health, especially with athletes who sustain a lot of traumatic brain injury, such as fighters. It was about 10 years ago. I started noticing certain people cognitive declines, and that was a little bit troubling. So I started just looking into things, and I read an article about how they found that psilocybin is one of the only chemicals that looks like it regrows brain cells. And then also they have the MRIs of what a brain, normal brain versus a brain on psilocybin looks like, and the neural pathways that are connected when you're on it. Like it gets around blockages and scarring, which it can help a lot with, people who have, memory issues and other types of damage in their head. So I think it's worth looking into, and there's a lot of places that are decriminalizing it. I think MAPS is an organization that studies them a lot. Yeah.
Yep. I the last time I took mushrooms was in the summertime, and I remember sitting at night. I'm watching leaves move, and I thought to myself, psilocybin has made me think that leaves are meaningful. And then I woke up the next morning and I'm like, you fucking idiot, leaves are meaningful, right? All it did, right? Do you know what I mean? All it did was allow me to see that truth.
That's the Indians say, the natives would say that the mushrooms made you stop hallucinating.
I agree. Yeah. I think there's something to that. Yeah, that thought in the morning was, you idiot. Of course they're meaningful. You're just busy traveling around in the world, distracted by so many things, that something as important as leaves and nature is actually just slipping past you all the time, and it caused you to slow down and pay attention. So it's changing your perspective is a really interesting thing. I mean, when you fight, your brain chemistry changes dramatically, Eddie, right? Like when you're in a fight, you're not experiencing the world the same as you are right now.
Nah. One thing that's helped me from in the world is whenever to look at it from a different perspective. Whenever I find myself asking even small questions throughout the day, I'll ask myself the exact opposite question on the other end of the pole to try to help me see it more clearly. It doesn't always work, but it's a fun thing to do, fun thing to exercise, you know what I mean? Asking myself, if we ask why, then ask why not? Or if we ask ourselves why not, like why not us for this opportunity or whatever, it's like ask myself why, you know what I mean? And then that helps me see where I'm lacking, you know what I mean? If I'm asking myself why I deserve this, well, you're not necessarily putting in the work, so why do you deserve this type thing? Making it an everyday habit, that helps me in fighting to make those decisions more quicker, It helps me feel when I'm being dialed in and when something is genuinely working and I'm not just being set up, Like they're just letting me land this to walk me into something. I feel like I'm able to translate that in a fight.
Very cool. Yeah, very, very cool. John Fitch, how are you?
I'm good. Fight's getting ready to get going here.
I'm jealous you're having an afternoon whiskey, so I'm getting a beer. You guys excuse me for 10 seconds.
Yeah, Ref has a impressive mustache mullet combo going here.
I think that's a mustache mullet combo. I would agree.
He's pulling it off well, though.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, especially with these modern games, when you go to design your own character, it's like, you know what? Real quick, Look at the Fu Manchu going all the way down,
Guilty. I have made a character.
What? That was a one-punch drop right there.
Yeah, it was
right down the middle.
Yeah.
That was the kind of action that John Fitch gets tired of real quick.
And that's it. Let me ask.
That was good. Somebody was ready to go. Somebody wasn't.
Now, John, I'll throw this up to you first. So you've got a lot of years, a lot of experience, obviously, as a fighter. But when you see that pop, like, for example, that was just, like you said, right between the guards, boom, your guy goes down. How do you control the excitement? Oh, you know what? Maybe I get out of this real early. Let's
quick watch us straight right.
Overdo it.
Yeah, how do you control that? Like, hey, man, I can get this guy to here, and we're not even into the first minute. You don't want to, blow your wad, as the term is, but what you want to get excited, but not too much.
You've got to. I mean, experience plays a big part in it, but you got to have a little bit of that instinct of blood in the water, where he's hurt. If I put more pressure on right now, this could be it.
Same question.
And he didn't overdo it. He was looking calmly, picking his shots.
The dude's trying to get the heel too. Like he's conscious-ish and he's making a bad choice. but when you see it again, you'll see this this little stomp, this little kind of, he steps deep and he stomps, and that's kind of, that's that explosive commitment. Eddie, what did you see?
I
Dude
seen,
punched that.
Yeah, it was right down the middle of the guard. As far as the question goes to, as far as regarding the question of how do I control it, it's hard. It's not something you're really thinking about controlling in the moment, I guess the most important thing that we can tell ourselves is not to get reckless, but we do want to move with a little bit more sense of urgency and still not be too cautious, We got
that chance might not come again.
Yeah.
That chance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I think training when you're exhausted can help also. When you're doing cardio rounds or whatever, and you're about to pass out, and you have to put heavy work in on the bag, and you have to pick your heavy shots, it's putting you in a type of a similar situation because you have to make every punch count, because you're gonna get yelled at if you're just like pitter patting on the bag. That's not a real workout. You got to be hitting the bag.
When I watch John Fitch fight, I literally think to myself, this guy has done a lot of work when he's exhausted. Like, you look like somebody who you
cardio
don't really
doesn't start until you're tired.
Yes, sir.
So that's an interesting question as well, because at what point when training like that, if you're going to train when you're tired and then say, okay, you're building cardio, that you get going versus, hey, I'm getting really sloppy because I'm tired. Where is the balance with that?
You've got to hold on to technique. You need to do things correctly. There's a focus on technique with doing the things as you're doing them. When you're hitting mitts in those sprint rounds, you can't be sloppy on your mitts. Your coach shouldn't let you be sloppy. If you have to turn down the output to do it correctly, then it's better. But you got to keep trying to do the output as much as you can. But you're
trying to prevent the degradation of the technique.
Yep.
Mike Brown is coming by later. Eddie, do you know Mike Brown, coach from Florida?
Yeah, I've looked him up. I know about him a little bit.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. One of his guys is Jorge Masvidal, and Jorge talks about how hard he works when he's exhausted for the same reason. It's something he does just a ton. It's an interesting one, though.
It separates a lot of people from middle to the top tier, because some guys, they just do not want to. They don't ever want to go there. They don't ever want to get to that point of exhaustion. They'll stop every time they get close in practice. Oh, my ankle is sore. Hold on, something's not feeling good. Whatever. They'll go to the bathroom for 5 minutes.
I'm not smart enough to have come up with this saying, but I've heard it said, fatigue makes cowards out of men. But that's true. If anybody's ever spent any time in a ring or dojo or anything, and when you're absolutely tired and your opponent looks in your eye and they know that you're tired, and they just start to hit on the gas.
The thing is, we're both tired, but which one of us can do something when we're tired?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and that guy, John Fitch, did a lot of work tired. When him and another guy were tired, I've seen it a lot when John fought. Both guys were tired, but he worked hard. Like you saw that, he really did. It's a fascinating thing. But I know the answer to this. The more you put yourself in that situation, the more comfortable you become in that situation. Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. It's actually a beautiful place to be once you learn to love it. Like after the workout and you actually overcame it. It's it takes you somewhere mentally that you can't reach without it touching that level of fatigue.
I think that's some of my deepest moments in meditation are when I'm on the bike, in the deep rounds of my sprint workouts, and I'm just grinding away. That's where I reach my zen.
Yeah.
Eddie, I asked you before I kind of got to know you, and I was just breaking down some of your work and loving your work. I asked your coach about you once, and he's like, that guy's a Zen motherfucker. Is what coach said about you. So I had a feeling you guys would kind of jive if we hung out together. You and John are very different, but there's real similarities though too,
Yeah. I could tell that once you guys started talking about shrooms, you know, I'm on board for that. So I was like, oh, I like where this is going already.
I just like truth. I like learning new stuff. I like, like facts.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yeah. Facts are freaky though right now. You don't even fuck with facts because facts, the truth doesn't give a fuck about our opinions, right?
Yeah.
The truth, the real truth.
Yeah, the real truth.
Could not
the real
give.
Doesn't care about feelings. Doesn't care
about feelings, opinions, nothing. But someone's truth is often a result of what the information that they've been consuming and the belief systems that they've embraced has created in them. So it's a very, very, very dicey kind of thing.
A lot of people have a broken premise on how the world operates.
Yeah. I also, and Eddie kind of was referring to this a little bit earlier, I'm really big on whatever I see that I think I see in somebody, I make sure to see if I see it in myself. Mm-hmm. So I'll see somebody who's got some pretty extreme beliefs according to what I see, and I'll think that person's in an echo chamber. They've got only the information they've got. They will become indoctrinated with certain beliefs. And then I'll say that 100% applies to me as well. I am stuck somewhere consuming something being shaped in my thinking too. And I think that's really important. The second you're sure you're the only one who's right, you're pretty fucked. Right?
I think that's a good conclusion.
Yeah. So this kid, Eddie, do you know him? Have you ever been around AJ McKee?
Mm-mm.
So I was talking to John about this earlier. We were talking about he was fighting Caldwell. So AJ's dad, Antonio McKee. John, were you ever around him coming up?
Not really. There was a couple times where he was on the radar. We almost fought, but it never came to pass.
That would have been a really cool fight. Antonio, like John, is on the early phase of how to use some of the fundamental concepts that we call wrestling to dominate other men, right? And Antonio was on the early end of that too. So, and although AJ didn't kind of come up as wrestling as much as like Joey Davis, and there's Baby Slice, that's Kimbo's kid.
Oh man, looks just like him.
He does, right?
Yeah.
He does. But because AJ's dad sort of come up that same route, it helps with AJ fighting Darian. But yeah, Baby Slice a good dude. He's a real cool guy. He has a loss on his record for a finishing shot that he landed behind the ear that was legal. It was legal. He was given the win, and they actually went back and took it from him, overturned it incorrectly. Like the back of the head in fighting is literally only about like this wide. Yeah, it's about like it's very small. Also, if I'm aiming in MMA, if I'm aiming for a legal target and you turn your head and I hit an illegal target, that's not my bad.
Right.
Right.
So both of them all times.
Yeah. Don't expose your weaker parts when I'm aiming at your tougher parts.
Yeah. I'm old school. I still want them to bring back head stomps and knees to that on the ground.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. To pair that question, John, do you remember the first MMA fight you saw? What it was? Was it an event? It may even been.
My first event was I fought Mike Pyle in
Quicksand.
Stardust Hotel in Las Vegas. Yeah.
What year?
I think I had 7. That was 2002. I had 7 fights before I'd ever sparred a single round.
Wow.
That doesn't
you fucking lunatic.
That's awesome. How did training?
I don't think I had hit a heavy bag with boxing gloves on. We had wraps I got at the sports store, and we hit heavy bags at the co-rec.
Oh, I'll tell you.
We had like Maurice Smith, I think, had a VHS we had a copy of. We got Mark Kerr, I think, had a video too. Yeah. Oleg Tiktarev had one too.
What year was that, John?
That's where we learned how to fight.
So now when people come up now, you got a pretty good sense of what the other guy knows, right? But back then, when you guys were fighting, somebody could have known the death touch. You didn't know.
we would step into the cage without even ever seeing the guy.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like the weigh-ins were done in somebody's hotel room on a bathroom scale, and it was, oh yeah, he's fine.
That's it.
Yeah.
We take our word for it. He's good. You know.
Like we would go, I call it the Midwest circuit or the farmers circuit, but like we would drive to places that fights were going on. Like me and Brian Ebersol would drive to Iowa. We would drive to Minnesota. We would drive there and be like, hey, you got anybody around our weight? And they'd be like, all right, yeah, we got somebody. Here you go.
But by the way,
Brad Kohler's Ultimate Wrestling of Minnesota, and I choked the guy out in the first round. The crowd liked me, so like when I was getting ready to take my gloves off, Brad Kohler comes running out, and tells me, no, keep your gloves on. The crowd loved you. I'll give you $100 to fight another guy.
And you did?
I was like, I don't know. I was only planning on fighting once, and then Ebersol looks at me and he goes, he hadn't even fought yet. He's like, if you don't do it, I will. And I was like, all right. So I fought another guy. So I made like $400 on the night.
Nice.
If you guys are really old school, Brian Ebersol, definitely the man with the impressive chest hair and designing hero.
I thought he was from Australia, John.
No, he's from Illinois. He went to Eastern Illinois. He got into fighting because of Matt Hughes. He's a few years behind him. Started fighting like at 19. And he moved to Australia at some point. He came out to AKA around the time that I did. And then
he's in Thailand now, I think.
Branched off with Frank Shamrock. Frank Shamrock split from us. And then he wound up in Australia. I think he got married, had a baby.
I think he's in Thailand now. I think Ebersol.
I follow him on Instagram, I think.
He fought my friend Claude Patrick. Claude was one of my coaches. Brilliant guy. And he fought Ebersol and lost the split decision. It was a UFC fight. But Ebersol was one of these guys, like whatever he was doing was really hard to interpret. We're actually talking about that, Eddie. We were talking about that earlier tonight.
Guys, a cartwheel knockout.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. Guys who are like
cartwheel kick knocked out somebody. He's wild man.
That's but also defensively, like he's never where you think he is.
Right.
He's hard to hit because he's not where you think he is. Eddie, we were talking about that earlier. These people who don't, and you're one of them, who just don't. Although Eddie looks like he's frozen here, silky. Oh, he's gone. He'll be back. He'll be back. Kimbo Jr. here, or Baby Slice. He's a little flat-footed right now.
A little bit, yep.
Yeah.
If and if you're really an pioneer in watching MMA, if you haven't seen the Brian Ebersol Dennis Halsman fight, that is famous for probably all the wrong reasons in the world. But John, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, the bikini shorts.
I mean, that's one of those things though, where it's like I remember him getting in shit for that, and it's like let the people express themselves. Like, what are we? What are we, homophobic? Like, what's our problem here exactly with that?
I know. That's over the line. You know, the shorts are too short. Like the little tiny like Brazilian shorty shorts. Those are fine. No big deal.
Those are fine.
Like, who cares? But like, oh my god, like that's over the line. And they were pink. What if they were black? Like Dan Severn wore those. Didn't Dan Severn wear those?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he sure did.
So okay, it's just you're not allowed to wear pink ones, I guess.
Maybe someone didn't like the color pink. Who knows? But,
I mean, it's just and we're also kicking each other in the face.
Yeah,
we can't wear bikinis.
Rules upon rules that is allowed and not allowed. It's a weird dynamic. So,
no, for real.
If you're near a browser, go have some fun with that. Enjoy that.
I'm gonna send Eddie a message and figure out what happened to him, and just tell him rejoin anytime. He's an interesting cat.
Yeah, he's real chill.
He's got a cool vibe.
He's landed a number of those leg kicks. And like I always, if you land a couple good leg kicks, it's just that's all you should throw until you can't throw them anymore. That's the fight. I can't check. I watched the Gracie fight back. I was kicking myself because like I was landing inside leg kicks and like I was having no problem landing the kick. I should have just jabbed and kicked the inside of that leg until it was over. So
funny you say that. It's like I always look at it, you know, the ultimate sign of I'm just telling him the ultimate sign of mastery is to be able to win a fight with a jab and a low kick.
Okay.
Yeah, the ultimate sign of mastery.
I mean, why should you change?
They can't stop it. If they can't stop it and they're not doing anything else, like just do it. Like do it until you kick them so hard their leg is pulverized and they get a blood clot and die.
Hey, that's harsh, man.
Yeah, but that's where it would lead to if you kept doing this. If this was real life, like you're fighting to the death. Only one person walks away. Like
Eddie, while you were gone, we decided fights are to the death now.
You missed a few things.
Eddie,
Also,
agree?
Then you would never know. You said what?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was gonna say no. You go ahead.
Oh,
what were you gonna say?
I agree.
Yeah.
Then there would be no excuses.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Agree or disagree? A real mastery would be winning a fight with only a jab and a low kick.
Real mastery of the jab and low kick.
I like it.
Yeah.
Good answer.
But for someone who likes other stuff, they would probably take it less likely.
Yeah. So if you guys haven't watched Eddie fight, Eddie is like a real flow dude. Like, I mean, and you'll love watching him fight. But flow is the whole thing for you, right? Like just to let it unfold. Are you writing a story? Is it happening by itself? Are you watching it happen? Like what's the experience when you're on at your best?
Nothing's ever 100% exactly how I planned it out. In a fight, everything is subject to change, and I'm constantly having to make adjustments. But yeah, it's a lot of flow and crash. Flow doesn't necessarily mean like soft.
I got flow and crash tattooed on me. I do. That's fucked up. Go on.
Yeah. But I love it, man. I've been victim of playing with my food too much to where I lose control sometimes. But it's like I sacrifice so much of my time and everything. Just I want to enjoy. Plus, I don't fight as often as I wish, so I need all the time I can get. I want to be in there for 15 minutes. If I get an 8 count, I'm not in the corner hoping that he stays down. I'm like, please get the fuck back up. You know what I mean? It's like I sacrifice so much for this. Please.
Yeah. John Fitch is literally like, fuck that. I want to finish this guy and go home.
Depends if it's a tournament. If it's a tournament, but like otherwise, I have fun out there.
Yeah.
God,
your fights don't look like they're fun. They look like they're such hard work, Fitch.
I was gonna say, imagine fighting John Fitch. The guy's kind of like, God, that was the worst 15 minutes of my life.
Let me interject this thought, actually. The reason it makes sense, because it looks terrible, it looks painful and like just such hard work, is if John likes it and you don't, that's good. Right?
Yeah. Part of what I'm doing is I'm making you carry my weight. So it looks hard, but it's way harder on the other guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he's moving his body. He's got gravity working against him, and he's carrying me, and I'm elbowing him in the face.
Yeah, right, right. It looks terrible. You'd be the last guy I'd ever want to fight. It just looks like such fucking hard work. Actually, I wouldn't want to fight. I wouldn't want Eddie to kick me in the head either. But in general, fighting.
Forget most of it.
Yeah. In general, fighting is hard.
Get hit.
No.
That's not the idea.
Yeah. Not
to be hit is always preferable. But it's also what John was saying is that he's carrying his weight. And just like in any video game, that power bar is not only going down by energy, but psychologically too, where they're just like, I can't get this guy off of me. He's just in my face and he's punching and he's elbowing.
Me and Khabib got a lot of the top control, like the stuff that I displayed like in the second half of my career. Probably we learned that around the same time, around 2010, like when he first started coming to AKA. Like he was just a much younger version of me, so he got more time to use it at a high level. If I could have learned some of the control things that we learned at that time period earlier, like man.
Oh, I'm back. I asked you about that before, John, and you actually said wasn't it a jiu-jitsu, one of your jiu-jitsu coaches that kind of started
Vieira.
Yeah, that started that
helping
philosophy.
Us attack the guard and destroy the guard, smash the guard in a way. They call it knee control or knee connect. And they use it to pass. So they'll connect the knees, which takes the guard away, and then they get to side control or whatever, and they move, try to get to submissions or whatever they're going to do. So we don't need to do that though. We get to that position. We're like, why don't we just sit here and punch
And
the
then
guy?
smash you, and then give him an option and make him take it, and it's worse.
Exactly. Well, they're sitting on the guard, so their first move is to escape. That's all they can do, and there's only a handful of ways to escape. So you know exactly what they're going to do. So like, if you get to that point, it's like, okay, I'm going to beat the crap out of you.
Baby Slice in trouble.
Good shots. He's been in trouble most of this fight.
Yeah, I know. He's having a tough night. They don't use
He's not pulling the trigger. His chin's coming up.
Yeah.
He's trying to counter.
He's flat-footed. Yeah, he's flat-footed.
Too much.
Yeah, he's having a tough night.
He's burning his arms up right here. Ooh.
Yeah, but he's gonna gut it out. But yeah, Eddie. There's similar philosophical approaches when you're fighting with your 8 weapons to just offer him some daylight that he takes that's worse for him, right?
Oh man, yeah. Kind of going off of what John said, it's like it almost sounds like you take them to a point to where they pick their poison, right?
Yeah,
it's like either way,
they choose where they're going.
Yeah,
that's
and you know all the choices.
If people get upset with me for not like doing more, like I'm saying, it's their fault. They stopped moving.
Yeah,
like they stopped moving, and I just kept punching them. You know, and they usually stop. They usually stop moving and hold my hands, and that's their way of fighting. Is just to stop the fight.
Right.
Yeah,
if they would actually move to get away, they were trying to escape. Like, night's done.
Yeah, it's interesting though. If you're punching me in the face, my first priority is how do I stop you from punching me in the face? And so the shallow priority, the macro is how do I improve where I am in the world for later? But the short-term problem is I'm getting punched in the face. Yeah. So it's interesting.
You got to make the agreement with yourself or whatever that you're going to take a few on the way out.
Yeah.
I hate that idea.
It's just the way it is. You let yourself get into a bad situation. It's like life. Hey, you fucked up. You effed up.
Yeah.
You put yourself in a bad situation. You're going to have to take a couple in the face to get out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. We could literally discuss anything, and anything in fighting is a metaphor for something in life 100% of the time.
Because life
100%.
I agree. Every day is a fight to be alive. Like like I said before, like being alive, everything is prepreposterous. Just like the fact that we exist is preposterous.
100%.
So
and the world is throwing nonsense at you.
Yes.
The world is throwing nonsense at you. And so are you going to be the type of human being who uses that to make you better? Or are you going to be the type of human being who turtles up and doesn't? And that's a fight, right?
Right. And that's also a choice. You fight or you turtle. Are you going to decide to push?
That's a T-shirt right there.
You know what? Ideas. What was the one that facts don't care about your? That's also
facts don't care about your opinion or your feelings.
That's a T-shirt right there itself.
The truth doesn't care what you think about it.
Yeah.
One question for you, John. Now that you're father and you've got some young sons, inevitably they know what you do, or they're going to see videos and everything. How is your thought process for either encouraging them? I think maybe to wrestle first, but if they would like to follow in your footsteps.
I don't push them into anything. They're only 8 and 6 right now. I'm not even pushing them into sports, but I tell them that they're going to learn how to fight, and they're going to learn jiu-jitsu, because I'm going to pass a trade down to them. Mm-hmm. Because if they have that, they know that they'll always know how to make money.
Yeah.
Right. If I was a plumber, I'd show them how to change a pipe. If I was a mechanic, I'd teach them how to fix a car. Mm-hmm. So I teach violence. So on some level, somebody private contractor, military, on some level, they have value. Just knowing that skill set.
You know what's a good first martial art is gymnastics.
Yeah.
Gymnastics is a really good.
Is since with lockdown and everything the way it is, anyways, I started doing wrestling practice with them, or we'll do fitness day because I built a gym in my garage when I first bought the place last year. So and sometimes it's just play fighting and wrestling with them, throwing them around, letting them hit me a little bit, hitting them back a little bit, hitting takedowns, just goofing around, and that's that's honestly like one of the best things you can do for them. Get them comfortable with falling and jumping and rolling and getting hit a little bit. Like my we went to the park the other day. My little one was showing off and going backwards on the monkey bars, and we went to dismount. Like he missed and landed on his stomach. Like he just started laughing.
Amazing. Yeah.
He just started laughing. It was hilarious. I was like, ooh, because he hit hard.
Right.
He just was laughing. He lost his win, but he thought it was funny. But that's from rough play. When you're used to getting thrown in rough and tumble, like, you're not going to cry about stuff like that.
Yeah. And I know John has also learned that sometimes it's your reaction that makes them react. You may be like, okay, is he okay? I was not crying, okay. But if you were, oh my gosh, here come the tears, and next you know, you got to buy ice cream and everything else,
Yeah. So AJ, who's fighting tonight, Antonio, his father is his coach, is his best friend, and but also a tough father and leader, right? And they talk about it. He's like, when my kid was 4, I'd hang him on monkey bars way too high and teach him what it is to hold on, teach him to be accustomed to sort of, to see danger as like from the time he was a kid. He was sort of,
trees all the time, have him climbing stuff, push him to take chances all the time.
And Eddie, what was your first martial art?
It was a Kaji Kempo.
Another Kaji Kempo guy.
Yeah. It was cool, there's pros and cons to everything, the style of competition, but it did teach me how to be first, because a lot of it is who could touch you first, So, and then wrestling, and then I took a little bit of boxing, and then eventually Muay Thai, and now I'm, trying to dip into MMA. But
cool.
Man, there's a lot of relevance that in martial arts, no matter what it is. Like I've noticed that there's only like a handful of concepts, and that go hand in hand. Everything is relative. Yeah.
Direct and indirect, fastest versus safest. Like there's simple truths in fighting that require you to go a long way, learn a lot of things to then see that there's less things. Like it's a long trip to figure out what you're figuring out, or what we're all trying to figure out.
Yeah, because when you first start out, it's just it's a warehouse full of all of these tools. And there's no rhyme or reason really. Maybe you got a Dewey Decimal System going on, but it's still not easy to figure stuff out. But then you start streamlining and realizing that, hey, I don't need 15 different sweeps from this position. I only need 2 real solid ones.
That work off each other.
Yep. Yeah. And then you start building that stuff up that way, and you start streamlining, thousands of techniques, but then you end up using 11.
Right.
Yeah.
I think all you ever use.
That warehouse
and 11 notes played in all different ways in a song is a lot of fucking notes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The variation of them is a lot of notes.
And that's true. Like you said, in a song, you string all those together and you make music. The warehouse analogy is perfect because sometimes it's almost overwhelming. What do I use? And a lot of times that hesitancy as you start to learn, and as John mentioned, I was like, wait a minute, how about if I just bring 1, 2, and 3 and then take 8, 9, 10 and we'll just work on those. Or sometimes the situation only calls for that. There's no need in bringing, up in the 20s or whatever else.
Yeah.
Every now and again, I'll go back and consume some stuff that Bruce Lee did in the 70s. And you'll realize, fuck, that guy was 50 years ahead of some of these basic ideas. The idea, and even some of the things that he would say, at first a punch was just a punch and a kick was just a kick. And then you study it long enough and a punch is more than a punch and a kick is more than a kick. And then you go back to it later and you're like, this is a fucking kick. At a high degree, it simplifies it again.
Yeah. What's that saying? Simplicity.
10,000 kicks. Yeah.
Simplicity is the key to sophistication.
Yeah.
The 10,000 kicks one is good too.
Yeah. Simplicity is the key to sophistication. That's really smart. I'm reading a book. I've read it a couple times. I have about 6 or 8 books that I've been rotating to kind of cross paradigm understand them. And when I work out and stuff, and one of them is called Simplexity. and it's basically how simple things
I think
become
I dated her
complex.
once.
Yes, you caught that one time.
Stripper I dated
She
once.
gave you a case of Simplexity one time.
That sounds like something you hear from the doctor.
Yeah.
You have Simplexity.
You caught a bad dose of Simplexity. The idea that like complexity theory is sort of, you look at something like a pencil. Is a pencil simple? Right? Is a pencil simple? It's wood. It's what do you call the stuff that you write with? The black lead. It's a metal loop, and then it's rubber. But if you look at the processes by which you get that wood, you get that lead, you get that metal loop, and you get that rubber, those are incredibly complex systems. And so it pulls together in and out of focus, micro and macro. It's really, really, really interesting. It changes the way you look at some of these things. Stuff like that is looking at things in different ways is super cool. Chael is the coolest person I know. I don't know why. Chael is just.
Chael's fun.
It is time to everyone to text Chael right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going to text Chael. So every time he's on the desk, I text him and say, "Hey man, jump into our stream." And every time he does the same thing. He's like, "What are we doing? What is this again?" What is this again? Like that's his shtick. It's like, who's this? But he's a good dude. John, you ever train with Chael?
I've never trained with Chael, but I've been on plenty of trips and been around him plenty of times. But we've never trained. No.
He's a character. So, Eddie, when do you think you'll fight, and will it be in Bellator? Probably, right?
I hope so. I was supposed to fight in Bellator in May. That was supposed to be my Bellator debut. But then COVID happened, and it just gave me more time to prepare as soon as I can. I'm glad I got this time to prepare, because just from that short couple of months from when I was supposed to till now, I look back and I'm like, Jesus Christ, I mean, I still don't know what I'm doing, but even a couple months ago, I was like, man, I was gonna go into a fight.
It's all a mystery.
Yeah.
But
that's something
like 2 weeks.
That's right.
Mystery. We have no idea.
That's something we were talking about earlier.
Like in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna fold? Like, shit's stressful and weird and unpredictable. You're gonna fold, or you're gonna let it make you better, right?
Take care what you can.
Yeah.
Enjoy the ride.
This dude's name is Jason Jackson. And we were talking about that sort of weird off rhythm when people move in ways that your training partners don't move. This is one of those guys. He's real. Have you ever seen him, Eddie?
No, not really. I'm still getting to learn everyone in the game.
If you or when you fight MMA, what weight will you fight at?
155, 160. Is that where it's at?
55 is the thing. Yeah, 55.
If you need help making weight, I have a book called The Weight Cut Bible. It's available.
The Weight Cut Bible?
The Weight Cut Bible.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is it online?
It's on Amazon. Yep.
Cool.
Nice.
John, anybody want to make weight? I'm just looking at the questions. Anyone want to make weight? Just get John Fitch's book. John, how heavy have you been going to make weight? Have you ever been 205 pounds?
I was
2 weeks out?
April 20th this year, I was 218 pounds.
Jesus.
And then I fought Gracie September 12th at 170.
Wow. Yeah, wow.
Oh shoot.
And I still had a six pack.
Yeah. Wow.
I had a six pack at 218.
Damn.
Because I was lifting. I was pretty much retired after the Rory fight.
Right.
So I was eating good, drinking whiskey, and squatting, getting big.
Yeah.
Putting up some thirst trap videos up on the gram.
Deadlifting.
Deadlift for
John,
dollars. That's one of my
John, were you pretty impressed with how good Gracie was?
He was really good. There's things that I definitely could have done better. I think preparation could have been a little bit better, but mostly I think I know deep down I was retired.
Yeah, right.
The enticement and the excitement of the challenge was enough to get me to want to get after it and try to do it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I'm in the back. I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
And you never had that feeling before? Because I had that.
I have all the.
fights.
Oh, you do every time. There's a moment
Yeah.
every time before you fight where you're like, what the fuck? I have a college education. I have like what am I? Like you have these things you go through your mind. Like I thought I was the only one for a little while, but like we were in Mexico fighting. I fought an 8-man tournament down there, and Mike Van Arsdale fought, and he was in the back, and he was having a breakdown. he was fighting Emmanuel Newton, I think, and like this was way back when nobody knew who he was. And he's just like, what am I doing, man? I'm almost 40 years old. I'm an Olympian. He's like listing all these things he's done. He's like talking about reasons why he shouldn't be there. He's like, this is stupid. Bob. He's like, Bob, what am I doing here? It's like, I'm leaving. I'm going. I'm leaving. Goes out
And he
there,
fought.
goes out there like lateral drops the guy, elbows him. He's like done in like 15 seconds or whatever. But like he was like almost gonna leave. Bob had to talk him into like fighting.
The best feeling that I had in that experience, one time I'm in the back and I turned, John, do you know Joe Dirksen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm fighting on the same card as Dirksen. It was my 5th pro MMA fight, and it was Dirksen's 70th or 71st. Yeah. And I'm in the back, and he's going, how you doing, Robin? I said, man, I feel like my hands don't have any strength right now. Like I feel like I'm weak somehow. And he goes, yeah, 71st fight, I got the same feeling. And that's when I suddenly realized, oh, okay, this is normal. It was the nice, kindest. Joe's a really great cat. And it was just the kindest gift he gave me. Because then I was like, it's okay to feel this way. You know what's not okay? To freak out about feeling.
Yeah. To embrace your emotions. That's the time.
Yeah, thanks, John Fitch.
Do not embrace your emotions. That's when you should not emote. That's when you should be stoic. You step back and you're like, let's be rational here. But no, that feeling never goes away. Oh,
this is a flashback, right? This isn't
the explosion on the screen.
Did that just happen?
Did that just happen? JJ's a badass man.
Holy.
Wow.
Okay, I need to.
Who's
John,
this young gunslinger?
Eddie, they'll send me this, and then I can build it right here with like my thing, and we can put it right in the stream.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Okay, I want that. I'll build one of that, and then we can put it right in the stream. Like I'll put all the arrows.
Which step?
Yeah.
And the thing, and I mean, we have the benefit of slow motion, but we all see where this is ending.
That little switch step. That's so nice.
Yeah, it opened the side. It opened the strong side.
Yeah, he froze him a little bit.
Well, you got what my instructor say. If you want to watch the show, buy a ticket, because if you're there watching what this other person is doing, you're going to end up like this.
You can't sit and wait and react to what the other guy's doing. You have to be offensive.
So you notice that opponents actually retreating, right? Yes. You notice like he's gently retreating.
Never move backwards. It always ends badly.
Yeah, straight back, small steps. So he takes big steps and closes the distance. Yeah. It's a really cool little sequence. JJ's a badass, man. He just beat like Claxton, who's a real legit guy. Taiwan Claxton.
Ian is right. We have been off our mark. We have not been saying Bink, and there have been 2 Binks tonight. And
okay, on the next replay, we'll all say it.
Totally off our game tonight, man. I blame COVID.
Yeah, I blame COVID.
Missed the Binks. Oh yeah.
I know, but look at that. So let's take a look
for the Bink.
Yes. Every time somebody gets knocked unconscious, we have to like take a drink.
We should put ourselves a little bit closer to unconsciousness.
Exactly. Just sort of out of respect.
For the brain cells they lost.
But there you go. Well, while there was a question that came in for you, John, let me go ahead and get this up here and I'll read it. It's from no one in particular who asked, is water loading effective for cutting weight in MMA? And are there drawbacks specific to MMA?
I don't do anything water loading related. I've never felt the need to. I just drink water normally. I feel good with what I'm doing. Like I pretty much had the same system, for cutting weight my whole career. The only thing that changed is 2016, my diet changed. My meal plan.
You're vegan, right? Are you vegan?
No. I went vegan like 2010 for like 3 to 6 months, but that was a disaster.
Oh, really?
I lost weight, started getting injured all the time. Like bad idea. Then I started eating meat and lifting again, 2013. Well, I started eating meat 2011, but then like before the Eric Silva fight, then I started lifting, and that made a big difference.
Yeah. It feels there's just a general sort of when you work your body in different ways, it generally helps your well-being too. Never mind strength and all these kinds of performance and stuff. Using your body and pushing your body in different ways is good for your mental health too and your well-being.
Yeah.
If you don't use it,
with
you lose it.
the lifting thing, what I noticed was I stopped. This is I have a bunch of journals that I kept throughout my career, and like I wrote a book and I shared a bunch of the journals from my first journal called it's Failing Upward, Death by Ego.
That's cool.
And, I should have multiple books out there, but it talks about some of this stuff. But
Bink.
There you go.
It was.
Here it is. Switch step. Bink. Yeah. Right, hard right, switch step, hard right step to an arcing left hand. Guy's moving backwards ever so slightly, and he penetrates in super deep. It's super athletic too. Like you look at that, and we can talk about the technique, what he did, and but the athleticism is a big part of that.
Speed,
like,
yeah.
Getting you guys would really love this guy. Dr. Stu McGill. So Dr. Stu McGill, we had him on the live stream watch party before. Dr. Stu is we got a doctor coming today too. Dr. Brian Sutterer is coming later. He has a YouTube channel. He analyzes injuries and stuff in football and fighting. You might have seen him before. He's going to join us in an hour or two. But Dr. Stu is a professor of spine biomechanics, but he studies the nervous system in elite athletes. And he talks very specifically right there. It's called a double pulse neurology, or using the double pulse, where there is excitement in the tissues in the nervous system, and then he's relaxed here, and then it's a second pulse right there. So there's a period of relaxation, and you guys have experienced this in 1,000 ways. Light the nervous system, relaxed, and then light it again at the end, almost like whipping a towel, and you see that athleticism right there. So sometimes we'll talk about the technique or the athletic platform and how the biomechanics and stuff, but they're together. Like they're part of the same thing.
Yeah, he was a cool guest to have on. He broke it down and even has the model of the spinal column, and he was going in and explaining, especially for recovery and everything else. Really, really interesting guy to have on and bounce things off of. So it's another guy who also has a passion about MMA, martial arts, combat sports, et cetera, but he can explain how it actually works to you physiologically and everything.
Yeah, it's neat. Yeah, it's super cool. So Keith Lee is some people know his brother Kevin Lee is in the UFC. Keith's a young star in Bellator. Keith, I commentated his first fight. He was 18. And he fought he was 19 and he fought an 18-year-old, and they're both so high level that they couldn't find fights. And in the environment that they were in, the coaches around them were like, "You never seen anybody like this kid. He can beat anybody." What they didn't understand is as the whole game advances, there are kids of that level all over the world right now. So you had two guys who were such high level mentally and physically. It was just an incredible fight to commentate between two guys who will be both stars fighting at 0-0, both of them. It was really cool, actually.
It's good to get that level of competition early.
Yeah. Back in the day when John Fitch was fighting were you fighting in the 90s or no? Did you fight 2001 or 2?
No, I didn't fight till 2002.
2002. So 2002 to 2010, there were lots of guys kicking around who were like, yeah, I got to get to 10-0 or just get me some cans or whatever. Now, if you get to 10-0 and you never fought nobody, the next fight you'll have will be somebody who's 8-3, but who fought real people.
Yeah.
You have to fight tough fights.
The thing that was the key back when I was fighting was you had to get enough wins to earn a chance to fight a UFC veteran.
Right.
So that was what you needed to do. If you wanted to get put on the horizon, if you wanted anybody to look at you and you wanted to get into a bigger show, you had to find a UFC veteran who'd fought in the UFC and then wasn't with them anymore.
Interesting. That's like it's kind of a stepping stone.
That was the root.
Yeah, that was like what separated like a real fighter from like somebody who just showed up at bars, or somebody who'd fought a
Right.
vet. Even if you lost to him, like you were a tier above everybody else because you at least stepped into that pool.
Right. Yeah. The difference is now there are 400 fighters who fight in the UFC and probably 1,400 who have, or about 1,800. I don't know. There's a lot. So it's not as important as it once was. It's also, champion doesn't have the same meaning when there's been 94 of them in your division. It's still, of course, a goal. It's still something important, still something to be proud of, but it's not this rare thing anymore. It's fascinating.
I think it's pulled away from sport, and it's more the pro wrestling entertainment aspect of it. They don't build fighters around their win-loss records necessarily. They build them around their popularity, their buzz, their Q score. Like, guys like who's the wrestler? The guy that lost badly, the 70-pounder.
CM Punk?
CM Punk. Like a guy like CM Punk, he's able to come in, fight for the first time, fight in a main event, and make $500,000. Why?
Yeah.
That's not sport based. It's not at all. That's entertainment based. He draws eyeballs in, so he's able to make, he has notoriety. So because he has that notoriety, he's able to get bigger fights and more money. So,
it was an interesting one. We know him. He actually popped in one time. We know him, and it's an interesting one from his perspective. Not even his perspective. When you watch it and you put yourself in his spot, that was.
Why not?
Yes,
I would have done it too.
I don't know if I would. In retro, so I came up
$500,000.
Yeah, okay. $500,000 is a lot of money. Yeah, that's
$500,000. I'll go to SummerSlam. I'm not a wrestling fan. I'll let somebody power bomb me. Yeah, I'll do it for half that.
But so when I came up, I was sort of known a little bit in Canada. So, and I got paid more money. I got $3,500 for my first fight. Now that's Canadian dollars, so that's like $40.
That's like gold, man.
Right? But that was a lot of money because people had seen me on TV, and I used to sing in a rock band, and I did some television, and then I went to fight. Yeah, and people made fun of me, and I had tough fights, and I lost my first 2 fights, and I was mocked mercilessly, but I knew that would be part of the process. But I had no doubt that what I wanted to do was analyze fighting, talk about fighting, spend my time studying it for the rest of my life. So to come up with that goal, yes, you get paid now $500,000, a lot more than $3,500, but yes, it helps at the beginning, but it also adds different hindrances. And Punk's the same. Punk wants to commentate. He wants to be involved in fighting, but forever he's the guy who's 0-2, and people will judge. So in the context of a long-term career, maybe it wasn't good for him, or it'll add challenges that he would not have had he not gone that route. And if instead he fought on small shows, had 2 wins and 2 losses against low-level guys, it might have been a better plan for him for his long-term if he wants to be in the fight game.
Maybe, but also if he was really that passionate about doing those things, $500,000 is a good amount of money to put up into a startup and start your own.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
These are some of the things
he could do his own broadcasting company or own production company and work for these people and be 100% involved and do interviews and shows and so like that's a BS excuse.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Honestly,
no, you're right. It is.
If I had $500,000, I'd be all over the place with shows and interviews and like.
Would you have a small content team and stuff?
Well, yeah, because I'd have the money to pay for it. I'd be able to invest that money into myself and then have people come out and film stuff. And I have some ideas for stuff like that. It'd be great to have fun.
Hey,
the problem
Mallory,
is
when
you don't have the money, you got to get other people to invest, and then they want to tell you what to do.
Yeah, I know, and that sucks. Mal, when you get a second, throw up John's and Eddie's Instagram if you see them there.
We'll grab both right away.
Yeah, but it's an interesting time. It's like, it's in some ways it feels easier if you got a job with the UFC or Bellator or the NFL or whatever it is you do. But it's not easier in the long run when somebody's telling you what to do. and they're telling you how to do your thing, and they're telling you how to express yourself. They're telling you how to dress, and they're stifling your creativity.
Yep.
In the long run, the freedom is better, but freedom costs time, effort, money, risk, all of those things.
Yep.
You know,
that's why I think it's important for fighters to realize how the game is played now, and that they need strong internet, like social media presence. They need that.
Yeah.
They need that buzz. They need to create that buzz. And like the promoter, they don't do that for you anymore.
That's right.
Like, they don't get a return on
Bellator will do it a
investment.
little more. Bellator will do it a little more. They'll kind of try as a differentiating factor, and because it's part of the philosophy, they'll attempt to do it more.
It's a
The
little
UFC
bit,
will
it's minimal though, because how many times a year do you fight? How many times a year
Yeah.
will you get showcased? You know, and how it's like you fight 3 times a year, you're getting showcased by the company.
Yeah.
3 months of the year.
Yeah.
So
6 weeks of the year, 9 weeks
so
of the year.
People don't hear about you at all for the rest of the time. So if you're not actively like putting yourself in people's face, like you disappear.
Yep.
That's
True.
That's money out of your pocket.
Yeah. And the putting yourself in people's face part has to be something you enjoy, because you have to do it a lot. And you don't do a lot of things you don't enjoy.
Or you can find somebody to hire to do it for you.
Yeah, true. But you got to have the money to do that.
I get that right.
I have ways around that. I'm putting a company together. I'm planning on doing that for people.
Smart. Eddie, you've had a couple of like highlights and moments, spinning elbows and cool stuff. What happens when a highlight of yours gets picked up and people start noticing it? What happens in the couple of days? Do people follow you? Are they really into it? Like, what's the feeling when you have those moments?
It's sort of like a quick high, you know what I mean? Because then you get follows, you get attention, and this and that. And I feel like those are moments like when stuff gets shared of mine or anyone else's. For that moment, I feel like that's the time to capitalize on the opportunity that we've been waiting for, or whatever, regardless whether it's fighting or getting ourselves out there or asking for sponsors or whatever. You know what I mean? Whenever these buzzes rise, is more like opportunities, but they do go down, you know what I mean? And if,
you got to do it again.
If we don't capitalize quickly, then we got to wait until the next buzz, or else it's like when we're asking for help, whether it's sponsors or whatever, it's like, man, they're only looking for who's relevant, really, unless they're like a family friend, and the only way to show relevance is when these things happen. But again, if I feel like it's a slippery slope, because there's been times where I've gotten too caught up in the social media and stuff to where I'm more focused on, okay, is the angle right? Is it showing? What am I doing? Versus me really being in tune with my training.
100%.
So it's just that balance.
Having somebody do it for you pays off.
For sure.
It's a real interesting one, because just this discussion, there's my video. So they'll send it right to me so I can start working on this now.
Oh, nice.
Of this, there it is. I don't need the sound because we'll just put it, but I'll put that there. But even 5 years ago, this conversation either didn't exist or people didn't understand it. But it's not just about money, although money's important. But it's about what's the point of doing a painting or having a fight? You want people to experience it.
It's marketing.
Those things matter.
Time to really embrace that and understand that. But this is all sales. Even your fight, your fight is a product. Everything else you do is sales. If you don't sell your product, you're not going to make any money.
Yeah.
Well, one of the best ways to cap that out is to introduce to the stream, of course, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mike Brown, coming in. Are you in Florida today, sir?
Hey.
Mike Brown.
I'm in Kansas City, actually.
He's in Kansas.
Oh,
that's right. Invictus tomorrow.
You got Kayla, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
What's the lockdowns like in Kansas City?
The what?
What are the lockdowns, the quarantine like in Kansas City?
I mean, I know we're stuck to the room for this fight, so.
Okay.
I haven't been outside dude. We haven't left the hotel. We're in the bubble,
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I've been in the
Right.
hotel for a week.
Peek out the windows, see if
That's it, man. That's it. Good to see
People on
you
the
guys,
street.
man. Good to see everybody.
Good to see you, Mr. I actually know someone card tomorrow.
That's a
Invicta.
good first round.
Nice.
Mike, above you is Eddie Abasolo. Do you know Eddie's work? He's a Muay Thai
Yo.
fighter.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Good to see you.
Thank you. Appreciate
John
it.
Fitch, Mallory
course.
Woods above you.
Mike Brown.
Do you know Fitch? Do you guys know each other?
I mean, I've met him. The guy's
We've
a
been in
legend.
the
Of course,
business
I know him.
for a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's small. It's just such a small. People don't even know how. It's a small community, really.
Small
How
world.
are we? How are we not all in the same rooms at some point in time?
Yeah. Coach, you're like at Bellator, at UFC, you're at Invicta. So are you in quarantine all the fucking time?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Yeah.
He's out of Netflix shows to watch.
This is my actually first Invicta show.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
And is Kayla gonna do PFL again, or is she just gonna fight? Yeah, she will.
No, she'll be back. Yeah. This is just because they had the season canceled this year because of the COVID. You know.
Right. Did they give her $1 million? Did she like earn $1 million in that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. She's killing it.
That's sick. Yeah. She's a
Was
badass.
Was it a one lump payment or is it over time?
Good question, John.
No, I think it was one. I think it was one lump, dude. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. But like.
That's really.
You weren't there for.
That's really good to hear. I was skeptical. I left because I was skeptical.
Not when she tapped it, you know. No, I think it was one lump sum deal.
That's good.
Mike, I'm actually doing a breakdown of Kayla right now, and I'll show you.
Ooh.
There was a few really interesting things, but this one, I don't know if you can see it. Let me see here.
Right here is pretty fun, guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll come back to
these
this.
guys are going at it. These guys are going at it.
Yeah. We'll come back to this.
It picked up.
Business is picking up. Man.
Ooh.
Damn.
It was pretty even first fight, but the second round is really picking up. Oh, it looks. Oh man, that was fun.
You don't have to get that choke if you get to the top. That's cool too. You know, like if he defends the choke and all we get is on top of him, we're cool with that.
He's doing some good transition work here. I'd stay on top though.
I mean, the back is top, no? When you got the wrist and
when you're sweaty like this, there's so much opportunity for that guy just to spin and put you on your back, and now he's in your guard. Like why? Like if you don't finish right here, if I'm not on the neck and finishing within like 15 seconds, I'm transitioning back on top.
Mm-hmm. Mike Brown, what do you think of that?
It's not bad advice, you know. It's a man who's been there before.
Yep. Eddie, Mike Brown was champion of the world himself, so don't let him bullshit you.
I can feel the presence of greatness within everyone in here.
Yeah, dude. We've been having a good hang, Mike. We've been having a really good hang.
But some guys, he's right. Some guys have mastered like spinning in and like get in that position, like spinning back in and becoming on top. You know,
I'll give the position so I can do that. I did that to BJ twice.
Some guys are very
right.
Good,
Fitch, that fight you dominated BJ in round 2 and 3, isn't that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe.
Yeah.
At least more than half the round in 2. That was one of the things. Was like I was like in my own head because I thought the UFC was they were, but like they were messing with me. So I was more worried about them screwing things up and getting stuff wrong and saying shit behind my back than I was about fighting somebody.
That's another weight to carry to the ring. That's another intangible to worry about.
I was like second round. I was like, what am I doing? I'm like, just fight this, beat this guy up. He's not doing anything. Like he's just this little guy.
Hey John. So when you say right here, you would give him your back and then twist into him.
Yeah, from this, like if he gets to a position on that back, like I'm gonna get on top from that position there. Mm-hmm. Like, and they're close enough to the fence. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna position him into the fence so that I can turn into him where he's wedged in the fence, and I'm gonna really F him up once they get on top.
Eddie's going to take his
sweaty. You're so sweaty. It's really hard to control the positions.
Yeah.
Eddie's going to take his first MMA fight. He's been fighting Muay Thai and kickboxing and striking. So I can see you taking this chance to go, okay, what are we doing?
Yeah, man. Hey,
I'm
over here. I'm here to learn.
So one of the other things that I do in that position is when the guy's on my back, is I crouch my hips down. I try to get low. So I'm like scooting away and lower than him. So he can't even choke me because my head goes down to his chest and stomach. And then it makes it easier to turn and go into him.
Oh, okay.
But that dropping of your pelvis low, that's a fight. It's in and of itself that you have to master, right?
Yeah, but it's so much easier when you're sweaty.
Right.
Like the key is you don't want to be hip to hip. You're in his pocket. He can attack and finish. You got to get your hips all the way up, so your ass on his chest, or you get your hips all the way down, so he's up. His hips are on your shoulders, and then you can turn in and face easier.
Okay.
I was with a guy like
for
a month
seminars.
ago.
You can email Leah at johnfitch.net.
Mike, what were you saying?
Dude, I was with a guy a month ago, Sydney Outlaw, did exactly what John is saying. Like, did you see Sydney Outlaw versus Piccolotti? He won the fight with he got taken down twice and hit this move twice and ended up on top and won the fight literally because of this technique he's talking about.
Yep. And that irritates me because I do that to Piccolotti and he should know better.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because I train with because I trains with us,
Yeah,
that's one of the things that I Adam specifically. There's a few guys that I give my back to because they'll throw their hooks up on my back and I'll sit and I'll turn and face them.
Did you see the fight?
I didn't see that fight.
Yeah, but that's literally what won him the fight. It was like he hit that a few times and then he was tough on top.
Well, Adam fought Brandon Henderson also, and he put himself in the same situation. He lost that fight because two positions. He put himself in that back position again, and Henderson rolled through athletically and got away.
Same deal.
If he wouldn't have gone for both hooks, he would have been fine and stayed in control.
Fitch is gonna give him shit when they're in the same room.
I think you're better off doing one hook, like isolating the hip.
Yep. Yeah. One hook is better because you can bail if the guy's because guys are so athletic nowadays.
And they can't spin. You can cross your feet and isolate the hip,
Winning that position is just such a big win because you go from really bad to really good. Like it's not small incremental movements of the troops to improve. It's like
you're
bad
almost
to good.
dead to like you're killing the guy.
Exactly. So it's such a big win. It's interesting to think of it that way. Like if you're going to sort of allot training time and energy to things, if you can master some of those big wins, that's super valuable. Those big win positions. Yeah.
But then you I call it baiting. You end up baiting guys into giving up these positions because they think, oh, I got him. I got him. This is the end. And you're like, nope, I'm just setting you up.
It's good to know.
But I mean, it's what I did Eric Silva when I fought Eric Silva. Then he had my back and he started working for that rear naked.
Yeah,
it's exactly what I did there. Sank my hips low, turn and face.
I'm just building this breakdown while we're doing it. So you guys chat. Let me just finish this and we'll save it for when there's a break. Mike, this kid knocked the guy out with one punch.
What's the app you're using? What's the app you use?
I use a bunch of different ones. This one's like a golf swing app, but like there's 8 or 10 that are out there, all different types of telestrator apps that give you different values, and they're just tools. But this one's a golf swing app that I like because the simplicity of the golf swing is we're looking at the same thing over and over, and the tools that the golf swing app give you are subtle tools, right? So I like golf apps for this, but any app, there's a lot of different ones.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's just a tool,
You need to, hey man, you should get some Indian developers to make you a specific.
That's a great idea.
One just for you, man.
Yeah, you could call it Bing.
The Bing app.
Yeah.
Oh, Bing, that's genius.
Bing app.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Anybody who's listening to this, you just signed a agreed to the NDA.
John Fitch gets 10%. I get 70%, and whoever's going to develop it for me can have 20.
There you go.
Yeah. John, what do you think? Did I make a bad business play there, John, to just give you like 10%?
No, I think I'm not going to say no.
No.
Ideas are valuable.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Ideas are valuable.
Shout out to Bellator.
But no, because I've been looking around things. I do seminars, and I record seminars. I put technique videos and stuff out. So I would love to have a simple thing that would let me draw arrows. Like
literally go into the app store and just put in Telestrator, and there's 20 of them. Like, it's not easy because you have to first edit. So that's what I'm doing now. I'm editing somewhere else. I'm figuring out as you go, you have to figure out what you're going to do and say and show. And you have to create an edit first. The arrows are a separate part. They're almost an afterthought. They're like, and there's all kinds of animation software you could use. I just use golf apps and Telestrator apps because they're pretty easy. But it's, you do have to build the edit first. I think we lost Mike Brown.
Might have lost him just for a second.
But I feel like he'll be back.
Trying to turn my volume.
No, I think it's YouTube.
Bellator MMA said hi, John Fitch.
Yeah.
Shout out to man.
Yeah, Bellator literally, I don't know, John, what your experience is. I think it's probably pretty good. But my experience is Bellator has been really consistently super cool to work with and for me.
Yes,
I'm like, hey, I want to do this thing with a bunch of friends and hang out. They're like, well, you want to just put the stream or put the fights in your stream? I'm like, I can do that. Right? In the UFC, you'd have to go through 27 layers of executives that have some goals and objectives of their own, and they wouldn't let you do it. In Bellator, they're like, oh, that sounds cool. Go ahead, do it.
No, yeah, I have never had any issues with Bellator. I think they do a great job. It's a lot of fun. Everybody who works for Bellator has been working in the fight game for a long time.
Yeah,
and they just get it.
Yeah, and yeah, I agree. They're you guys know Kogan, right? Mike and Fitch, you guys know Mike Kogan, right?
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. Did you know that he had a fight? He had a couple of fights. Do you know who he fought in kickboxing?
I knew he
Douglas
fought Lima. And yeah. Was it MMA? Wasn't it MMA or
no,
kickboxing?
Yeah. John Fitch, did you know that Kogan fought Lima?
I did not know that Kogan had a kickboxing match against Lima.
Against fucking Douglas Lima.
How is he in the same weight class?
Exactly. Eddie, I don't know if you know him, but you'll know him when you end up fighting in Bellator. But yeah, this guy weighs 140 pounds. But I guess he was pretty jacked up back in those days, and he fought Douglas Lima. Yeah, I mean, I'll respect you always if you fought Douglas Lima.
Your resume, you've been through something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kogan's like my height. He's like 5'6".
Yeah. Mike was a featherweight world champion, and Eddie, Douglas Lima just fought at 185 pounds, and he weighs about 200 pounds. So imagine being 5'6". Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was a good fight.
It was.
Leo Willis.
Yeah.
It's fun. See more of them.
Yeah, there's a few good ones still tonight. Definitely interested to see Joey Davis.
Wait, was it 55?
That was 45. I'm sorry. No, 70. I'm sorry.
70? Okay.
Sorry. I had something else highlighted. There we go.
I'm just building this thing. So, Mike, where is Invicta? You said Kansas City?
Kansas City, yeah.
And Kayla's the main event?
Co-main, I believe. I think there's a title fight.
Yeah, you're correct, Mr. Brown. Kayla Harrison versus Courtney King?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, that is co-main. And your title fight, Emily versus Masarat. for
Yeah.
There we go.
How badass is Kayla?
Really badass. Very,
Yeah.
very, very good. Yeah.
That's a lot of
Best in the world
badass.
badass. The
Yeah.
best in the world
So-
badass.
Two gold medals in judo for America, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Two Olympic-
very, 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 the best in the world.
Oh,
Wow. And she put, like, when I'm grabbing the stuff to break it down, it's coming out tomorrow. There's like head kicks and flowing with punches into takedowns and all kind and like super smooth stuff. Like, a lot of people, I don't know how much they do it, but a lot of people sort of will make some kind of comparison to Ronda Rousey, who was a judo Olympian.
Of course. Yeah.
But this is like a 3.0, 4.0, 5.0 version, completely different. Yeah.
Crazy hard worker, crazy
Yeah.
athletic, crazy talented, and I mean 100% focused. I mean, I can see why she won 2 gold medals,
Yeah, right. That must be so cool to work with athletes like that, like
Couldn't
that
be better.
level.
Couldn't be better. Yeah.
People that show up, wow,
Yeah.
what's that like?
Yeah.
Every now and then.
I remember.
People.
That's a trip, like, because I've always been around hardworking people, but like there was a time, I'm not gonna name any names, but I went to a place and I was running practices and coaching stuff, and it was, man, like you're lucky to get guys 2 days a week to show up.
I mean, of course, you run into those too. You run into like crazy
Like
world champs that barely train.
Super
I mean,
talented
we've got
people.
those too.
Yeah, I bet. You try not to mention their names since you work with them, but yeah, you
Of course.
you literally train with people who are the best in the world and like call in sick, or like Fitch was saying, you get tired and they have to go to the bathroom because they're tired and stuff.
I mean, it's crazy how much genetics is everything. It's
I think
so much
compounded effort has a lot to do with it too. I think sometimes people have worked in something for such a long period of time that they're good.
that's
Yeah.
true.
They're kind of lazy.
But you have to have like the genetics to be able to pull it off.
True.
To like
That's
not.
true. Because I know some people who like had like the obsessive, parents. So they
Yeah.
the first 10 years of their life was like obsessively doing a sport. And then
Right.
they didn't do the sport, they're just so good at it that, they can still win.
Yeah.
Right.
Starting young helps.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mike, did you ever do, when you were a kid, it was wrestling, right? Not gymnastics?
No, I wrestled as a kid.
Yeah. Gymnastics seems, you see these guys kind of come up now athletes, and if they started like with little kid gymnastics, it seems like somehow that connects the whole body really young.
Your kinesthetic awareness, you build that up and that helps with
Yeah.
everything.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
I mean, there's the articles you can read about rough and tumble play with your kids and how developmentally it is like an advantage to throw them around and wrestle with them. Like I went through student teaching at Purdue, and we had, I think it was fifth graders class. I had a PE class. We had to teach them tumbling. Some of those kids, they couldn't tuck the chin and do a forward roll.
Yeah.
Like they had never crawled around or experienced the world on the ground.
Wow.
At all. And
Wow.
it's wild. Some kids, they're always on the ground playing around, roughhousing. But like, and you have that age of like, I was teaching wrestling class, AKA, and a mother comes in with her kid. She's like, "Oh, do they really have to throw each other down on the ground so hard?" They're practicing double legs. They're like little kids practicing double legs, and I was like, "Oh, lady, this poor kids."
This is wrestling. This is what they're doing. Like, what else are they doing here if we're not roughhousing, right?
And as kids, they're so low to the ground that when they fall, they're not falling from,
No.
you know what I mean? They're not going to hurt themselves.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
They're not
Yeah,
gonna
true
break,
enough.
you know?
I did have a kid dislocate his elbow once, so
Oh, man.
He walked it off.
he
though, right?
just went to post his fall.
Oh,
John, did he cry? And were you tough about it?
He cried at first. I just made him concentrate on me and breathe, focus on his breathing until his mother got him to help. I handled it really well. I was really surprised. I didn't like. It was gross. It was like I could have thrown up on him and shit myself. It was like, it was gross, man. I don't like looking at that stuff. It was like you could tell it was like dislocated. It's like
I like the fact
I
that you
wanted
said
to leave.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that you were surprised that you handled it well.
You have those moments where you're like, oh, I have to do this.
Right.
It's like that's part of that stoicism, I think, too.
Hey, Eddie, we didn't ask you that when we were chatting about like being in the back before a fight and that feeling of like, oh man, what am I doing here? I have a college education. Do you have that thought or no? Do you have that?
Nah. I barely graduated high school, so I'm like, I'm right where I need to be. No, but back there, man, I'm just being grateful.
Yeah.
When I'm scared or I'm nervous, I'm just grateful that I found something in life that has made me feel this level of nervousness and anxiety. Because most people, we all search for comfort naturally. So some people never even experience coming across something or taking a chance that big to where they don't feel that level of nervousness. So really that's an indication that I'm doing something great, whether I win or lose. I know my wife and kids are still going to be there afterwards, as long as I do my thing, so it's kind of bittersweet. Because then if I don't feel that nervousness, I'm tripping. So either way.
I mean, you're supposed to be nervous, right? You're in a fucking cage fight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mike, what were you like when you were doing it?
Yeah, I was the same, man. Of course, man. It's like a little nerve-wracking, right?
Yeah.
But it's like a roller coaster, It's a little. You get nervous as it's going up, but once you're in the ride, it's fun as hell.
Yeah.
You're done. You want to do it again. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you do? What do you tell us? So now you have your coach's hat on and you see a fighter that maybe they're in their own head, his or her head. What do you tell them to get them to, kind of bring them back down?
I mean, just try to treat it like a sparring session, man. It's another Tuesday afternoon, It's like you got guys trying to kill you every day in the gym. What's the difference,
It's a different,
You're not getting paid for it.
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
It's picked up a little bit, but at the end of the day, it's pretty rough in the gym sometimes too.
Yeah, it's from I think it was AKAs is supposed to be legendary for the sparring sessions.
John, you guys always had that rep. Is that true?
I mean, it wasn't like a big deal. Like we just spar hard. Like we have technique sparring down in the lower levels, but then we used to have like in the ring, but now we have like the cage room. We have separate rooms for the hard sparring. So if you have a fight coming up, you go in, 1 to 3
go in the
days
shitty room.
You go in and you go hard and you throw hard, and it's 95% fight pace. But like I don't think we had like abnormal injuries at all. Nothing was ever out of hand or whatever. We don't have like a bunch of guys who are concussed and slobbering when they talk.
Yeah, it is funny too. It's like people will talk about things like that, and they'll talk about injuries or whatever. It's like you do realize these were all champions. Like you remove how you could think that you'd end up the same by somehow doing not what you did, to me is absurd. Like it's not logical thinking to think that, sure, there might be some detriment to it, but the high quality results are so clear. Everybody was a fucking champion.
And it's not like we were knocking each other out all the time. That hardly ever happened. But like if somebody got hit and wobbled, then okay, you're done for the day. Like, like we were responsible, very responsible all the time. But we like if you're gonna do it, like we're trying to mimic a fight. It's supposed to be hard.
Right. Yeah, of course.
That's our badminton. You're in there, trying to submit or knock out. That's how it is. But it's funny because like you said, a certain gym gets a reputation, and you would hear all the time, well, hey, such and such is injured. There's an injury he's got to pull out and everything. But I think that's where a lot of times reputation precedes what is actually going on. You know, just
Yeah.
you
Well,
explain.
I think also people misinterpret the idea of going hard as, oh, they're punching each other and kicking each other as hard as they can. They're just hitting each other hard. No, we're like the pace is hard. One of my goals,
Right.
we had somebody for a while with the ticker. Okay. So they would tick every time we punched and kicked.
Mhm.
We would have them tick every time we did the round. Like my goal was to do 2 to 3 times the output that I did in a fight.
Wow.
Get those counts high. That's interesting.
Yep. So the idea is like I'm sprinting those rounds. Like this is a sprint fight. We're going at it. Like that was one of the biggest reasons me and Koscheck were never going to fight, because we had thousands of hours of beating the literal crap out of each other at a high pace.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, what's the point at that point?
We were already
You
doing
did it
for free.
for, yeah.
Piss anymore,
Exactly.
bro.
You can fight anybody else. Who was your closest friend, or who today is your closest friend out of all those people?
Well, like, man, talked to all of them pretty much the same.
Yeah.
But you know, like guys, we get older, we get successful. We're off kind of out in our own places too. But like, you know, guys that are still around, DC and Thompson, and those guys.
Yeah.
Koscheck moved to the other side of the country. He's in.
Is
South
Kung Lee
Carolina.
ever in the gym? Is Kung Lee ever around there?
He's around, but he hasn't come down a long time because AK moved a little bit further south. Swick is in Thailand.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Paul Bonatello, I
Mike-
see him pop his head around every once in a while. One of the old AK guys.
How old is he? How old is he?
Paul's around my age, I think. He might be 45.
Wow.
Well, I don't
He
know.
did a
Maybe he's
lot.
closer to 50, but
Mike, how's my guy Jorge Masvidal?
Killing it, man. Busy as hell.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, I love that guy. That's like one of my favorite fighters ever.
Yeah, he's the man. Everybody loves him. He's
Yeah.
hopefully he'll get something booked soon. You know, I think he's got some things in the works.
Yeah, good. I'm happy he just made a bunch of money for those fights too. Like that makes it so now you can fight for whatever reasons you choose to fight, instead of, you know, a lot of people who don't get that choice.
Yeah, 50 fights in, 35 years old. Then he finally like really blows up and becomes like one of the biggest stars in the sport. You know, a beautiful thing to see.
That's the way life is supposed to work, but doesn't always, or doesn't often even.
Yeah. Sometimes you go out really bad.
Yeah. Mallory, I'm sending you that piece so that if we get a break, we can take a look. This kid, JJ, Mike, in first round, one punch. And you know, not younger guys, so it's not the. Although actually, when Jorge knocked out Darren Till, there was a little bit of this and that. We'll show it to you if we get a break going, Mallory. I think I sent it to you.
I got it.
Yeah, that little switch step. Although Jorge accelerated real cool. Jorge's really one of the reasons I always liked watching him fight, besides the ferocity, is this weird. It's one of the reasons I like watching Eddie fight too. These moments of relaxation that are that you see the really comfortable fighters have, like where they're elastic, they're kind of lit, but they're not tense. You know, Jorge's one of those.
Yeah, really relaxed, really technical. Tons of weapons, tons of skills, more weapons than anybody.
Yeah. And how about Poirier? Is that I don't know where that's at, but
that's a done deal.
That's a done deal as of today. Yes.
Signed.
Okay. Will you corner him fighting Connor?
Yeah, January 23rd.
Sick. Yeah, that's so great.
One thing I was going to say is it's interesting because with professional sports stars, we watch these guys on TV, and you always say, "Man, I bet you that guy's real good." Dustin seems like a genuinely down to earth, so absolutely nice guy. With his foundation and everything he has, he just
super laid back.
Yeah, just absolutely cool. I'm glad that he and Connor are going to do it again because it was so early for both guys, different weight divisions, and now you get a chance to run it back again. You know, a lot of time has passed, a lot of lessons learned. So
and a lot of different, their minds are different. Dustin, I mean, I don't know him super well, but my experience, like he seems like one of these guys who's changed a lot. Like you're supposed to change whatever you do, but when you study something where you study yourself a lot, logically you would change, but he seems like he's changed a lot in the way he sees the world and the way he is in the world.
Yeah, and that, and as a fighter too, he's changed. I mean, incredibly amount. You know, like everyone, he learns quite a bit, and adapts, and he's a completely different guy than he was at that time. He has a better understanding of his strengths and weaknesses, and I think this weight class is also better for him. You know, killing yourself's not the way to do it. You know.
Yeah. Fuck, it must be so cool with the amount of like life experience and fighting experience you have to get to see some of these racehorses and work with them, and like it must be so cool, Mike.
I'm in a good spot. We got a lot of good athletes over there. I'm happy for that. That's for sure. You know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of studs. So John, you went to Purdue, yeah, right?
Yeah.
I forgot about that, dude. I got a kid who went to Purdue's stud, man. Danny Sabatello. I don't know if you know him. He's a
Sabatello, yeah.
Dude,
Yep, I heard the name. I wasn't there when he was there, but you know, like I watched him and followed on social media and everything.
Super stud, man. Crazy conditioning. I mean,
something in the water at Purdue, man.
Unbelievable conditioning, man. It's he's gonna go far, guaranteed.
That's good. I think he was like a writer and pinner at school.
Yeah. I mean,
I think those type of guys can be really good, can transition really well into submission stuff.
Yeah, I think MMA's better for him because I think the longer the match is, the better for him. He'll be better in 25-minute fights.
25 minutes,
better.
yeah.
Wow.
Best gas tank, you know, out there. One of those guys, you know, and that's so big.
Yep. Get him. Teach him how to get him tired in the first round. A lot of times my first round with a guy is just, I'm going to wear him out. That's it. I don't even care if I win the round. If you are breathing heavier than me after the first round, that's a win.
Yeah. No, he's a stud, and he's long for the weight. You know, he's a tall 35-pounder, and he just was on the Contender Series. Looked really good, and they didn't take him.
I'm on 1%. Before I die, I just want to thank you guys for having me on. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Mal. And John, Mike, thank you guys for dropping the gems, man. I really appreciate it.
Eddie,
so catch you
feel
guys
free
later.
if you got a break or you're hanging around or you're bored, just come back if you feel like it. By all means, man. It's like a super pleasure to hang with you. You're a real martial artist, and I love your work, and it's so cool to hang with you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Wake up,
Awesome, appreciate it, man. Yeah, let me
take care.
Charge my phone a little bit, and I'll hop back on.
Wicked, love it.
All
right, see you soon.
All right, perfect.
Mike, have you seen that guy fight?
I'm not sure if I have.
Eddie Abasolo. I'll send you a couple.
I haven't seen him.
Do you know these guys at CSA Gym in California?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Very good Muay Thai.
Yeah. I'll send you some of his stuff. That dude he's one of those like stoner artist types who fucking gets in there and just flows right into it. You'll really like watching him fight. And he's a cool dude.
Nah, very good gym.
We got also I think in the next pretty shortly, we got this doctor popping in too. He's Dr. Brian Sutterer. He does YouTube videos on like athletic injuries and stuff. So he's kind of a cool guy to like pick his brain on stuff. You know, he studies. Yeah, he's a doctor of sports, a medical doctor who concentrates on sports. Man, it must suck being quarantined constantly.
I mean, it's not that bad when I'm sitting,
I kind of like
chilling in a room watching TV, Can't complain about being lazy, Go run on the treadmill. It's not that bad,
How many COVID tests have you gotten? If you're every week,
a lot.
A lot.
50 probably.
Oh, I bet. What about your family? Are they like? Is your wife handling it and stuff?
Yeah, all good, man. Everybody's all right.
Yeah, I mean, shit.
I had a
Go on.
positive test in Vegas, and I had to drive back. That was.
Oh,
Remember
shit.
George fought in Abu Dhabi. We had to quarantine in Vegas, and I had a positive test. I think it was a
Right.
false positive, but I drove back
Yeah.
like 38 hours straight.
Fuck that. Oh, that sucks. But yeah, it's one of those things like we gotta remind ourselves that we get to do what we love, and like 99% of the world doesn't get to do that. Like all day long, we're doing shit we like.
Yeah, I can't complain about sitting in a room talking about MMA.
Yeah.
Not so bad.
Not so bad. Not so bad.
There are a lot worse things that could be going on right now. So
Yeah.
you know.
Now, who?
This,
Speaking of, it's so easy. I'm always so curious about all, around great fighters and coaches. I get curious about all these things, but now I'm like, who are these guys? This isn't Jamie Kennedy, is it?
This guy on top here is really good.
Yeah, that's Jamie Kennedy.
Is
it not?
Well, his transitions where he's going from position to position, this is really, really top-notch control.
Yeah, he's a
focusing on head
badass.
control. He went to the
He's from
smash
Vancouver.
a little bit. He's very active with the ground and pound. I'm really liking what I see here.
He's from Vancouver. He fought a couple of UFC fights, and then he fought out his contract. He didn't like the money, and then he went over to Abu Dhabi, fought a bunch of fights, won them. And then Bellator offered him, and he's like, "Hey man, I fight people for a living. I'm really good at it. I don't give a fuck about Instagram followers and stuff. Pay me really well, and I'll beat everybody up." He's kind of no shit. John Fitch likes Kennedy. Makes Jeremy Kennedy. Makes sense to me.
Hey, what do you think of the Benson and Jackson fight?
Yeah, I really like it. I like that Jackson. He's weird. Like he's weird's hard.
Yeah, Benson's a dog in that fight, which surprised me.
Yeah, that surprises me too. I think people the narrative starts to be about people's age and where they're at and all these things that people. Yeah, exactly. These things people talk about, like
guys.
Yeah.
I was going to ask Mike, do your fighters get a chip on their shoulder if all of a sudden the Vegas comes out and they're dogged? Do they? Does that?
I mean. I don't think they're paying. I think they're betting on themselves. If that's the case, they're getting some action.
I always preferred it because my friends and people I knew would always bet on me, and they would win money, and then I would always get free drinks. Like every time I saw them, because they're like, "Yeah, I won $3,000 on you that one time." And
I'm honestly like, John,
how many times? I got free drinks for life.
How many times have you ever actually been an underdog, John? Because I'm pretty educated, and I would look at almost every fight and go, "Oh fuck, John Fitch can definitely win that fight."
Well, it's because the odds are based off of the vote, off of the bets themselves. So if your average person is betting off of popularity,
right?
It's going to skew the odds.
The line,
yeah. So.
But that was what my friends that gambled too. Also, they would call me up and ask me about the lineup, like who you got on these fights. And like, okay, and they would win a bunch of money because they're taking my vote or my prediction rather than basing it off of what the public is thinking.
Informed rather than public action. Yeah. Look at this guy just get in. So Kennedy has been a stud Canadian fighter since before he was fighting in the UFC and stuff. He's just really fucking good, really deadly serious, and gets better all the time. And it would suck to fight him, No,
they stopped the roll through. That was it.
He just knows where he is. He's going to throw punches down on this.
Yeah, he's slick. He's tight. But that's the problem of, man, being too pure.
Oh, there's a calf crush.
Because people not knowing who he is what's hurting him, not his skill set.
See, but this is the thing we were talking about Bellator. People don't know this, but guys like this will make way more money in Bellator than in the UFC.
True.
He'll be paid $20,000 more a fight. And if he gets 3 a year, that's $60,000, and that's a lot of money. If you make $80,000 or you make $140,000, that's a lot of money.
What I'm also saying though is that he's so good that he should be making enough. He should be making money off of just who he is, off of other stuff, not even from the promoter.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, but he's missing out on all of that because no one knows who he is because he doesn't promote himself. He's not selling himself. He's winning fights and he's good,
Yeah.
but he doesn't sell
Yeah.
himself. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem a lot of us have had.
It's a hard skill. Like it's a separate skill, you know?
Well, especially as a martial artist, because we're taught to be humble, and you're not going to sell yourself if you're humble.
I got a brief argument here. Scarcity is value. So
Yes.
I don't care what it is. Diamonds are not fucking valuable. They're only valuable because they're perceived to be scarce.
Yes.
If everyboud's a loudmouth asshole, humble is scarce, and it actually will increase the value. So rather than changing to become loudmouthed and arrogant and play a role, like Mike had Colby at his gym before, that role that he crafted is different. The next guy shouldn't craft that. The next guy should let people craft that, which will change the value of not being that.
But yeah, there's some truth though. But being quiet it's difficult to sell your.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that's the thing too, though,
is
the idea that you don't have to be a loudmouth to do it, though. You don't have to be Connor. You don't have to be.
It's got to be
Colby.
interesting.
You just has to be something that draws people's attention.
Yeah.
You know.
Interesting.
Like Tim Kennedy right now, if he was doing the stuff he's doing now when he was fighting, if he was able to use,
he would have been way bigger. Yeah,
he would be huge. He'd be freaking huge.
Yeah, but the aspect of it is for him now is just as good.
Yes,
You know what
exactly.
I mean?
So he could still make the money off of it. But like his professional fighting career would have been completely different.
Would have been bigger
if he had those tools and he had that kind of following. Because he's out shooting guns and jumping out of helicopters and in a tank.
Right.
And holy fucking balls, shit, it's blowing up. That's awesome. Like he's doing awesome stuff. People want to see it, and he beats people up for a living. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, I agree with you. It's one of those things.
He's going to finish this guy.
Oh,
Look,
nice.
he's got that arm trapped behind the
Arm
back.
trapped behind his back.
He's been looking for that for the last 6 minutes, every position.
Mm-hmm. It's systematic. I'm wondering if he studied some of the KC and the Luch control.
I mean, everybody's studying this just from watching
similar
fights.
to what Khabib does. This is what similar with what I do.
But that's become pretty standard like now. Everybody's seen it now for going on 4 years, 5 years. It's pretty standard. What's so interesting about it is why hasn't it's so strong that the either defensive choices against it or the ways to make it bad for you to do that haven't really developed. Mike, you know how ultimately, Mike, no matter what
deal with it, but dealing with it's really hard. And most guys don't want to do the hard thing. So they look for the easy cheat way out, which is to climb up and wall walk and cut away off the fence.
Go to 4 points and whatever.
And that's where you get beat up.
Yeah.
Like
Mike, where
people don't like
to. But usually something develops that is an answer that makes it discouraging to somebody to do the thing.
But I think wrist ride defense has improved. People have maybe not this guy, but like in our gym, the average wrist ride defense is much higher than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Just because it's there always.
You get
have
caught
no
in
choice.
And guys start figuring it out, or we're showing it. You're teaching it in classes because people are using it, and if you learn to roll your wrist out,
he's looking for
keep your wrist safe. It's a wrestling thing.
He needs the half and then get his head through up against the fence, and then he's taking both arms out of the way.
But Jeremy's ear is tight on the rib, which is really nice. Like, John, what did you call it again? When we go from outside to inside, what did you call that?
Fitting in.
Fitting in. So, Mike, John's term for getting into a point where we initiate something, he calls it fitting in, which I think of now as just making a shape, using my body to make a shape.
Well, I want the term to trigger the idea of the snap of puzzle pieces snapping together. I want you to visualize and feel the textual snap of those puzzle pieces, because that's what the move should feel like. When you fit in correctly, it should feel like a snapping of puzzle pieces.
I've heard that term, I think, back in the day. Yep. Like more in jiu-jitsu, I think almost that you would use it for drilling, right? Like
I might have stolen it from judo or something at some point.
Yeah, like shooting, like they would instead of drilling takedowns, they would call it fit-ins or something. I've heard that before, I think.
John, who was that coach of yours who was a judo black belt and jiu-jitsu black belt?
Dave Camarillo.
Camarillo, right.
He's a
That
judo
feels
black
like a
belt and then black
Camarillo
belt
term.
under- yeah, and then a black belt under Health Gracie too.
Yeah. Is he still around?
Dave is, yeah, but I think one of his gyms closed because of the COVID. But he's mostly focusing on his jiu-jitsu. He had like three jiu-jitsu schools, and he has a guerrilla combative, so he does a lot of like military work too. And I think I've seen his like social media. He's been working a lot with fight choreographies.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, Kung Lee's involved with that a lot too.
Yep.
To get that get this rounds. So let me get things prepped out.
It does remind me of Jorge's punch on Darren Till, which we got. Mel will just pop it in.
There we go.
We were watching, but we were
guys
talking.
all got studios, man. You guys got fancy shit going on.
I'm in a hotel. I'm in a hotel in Edmonton. I just put up like,
I'll tell you that.
like peel and stick stuff right here.
All right. On your mark, Mr. Black, you may go.
Think.
Nice.
It does. But it's initial, like it's in the first few seconds. So there's all kinds of things. But the switch step isn't just for position. It actually lights the nervous system. He reaches with this hand. He steps small. He steps big. And that's, to the wide side. Big.
Boom. Yeah. This is modern MMA right here.
Yep. And it's interesting to me because the switch step isn't just a technical thing. It's a biological thing. It's a double pulse neurology kind of thing. The switch step lights the body. So it's an explosive sprinting step here. The other guy takes a small step and his back foot stationary. So I'm stepping deep, he's stepping shallow, and that's the end of that. But also at the beginning,
nice.
At the very beginning, he's under aroused, like psychologically, and I'm lit, and it's the perfect time for that. But it does kind of remind you of Jorge's, 100%. But Jorge's,
that's modern MMA right there.
Yes.
And when you say that, what do you mean? Like you're seeing a lot of it?
Long range MMA, blitz style attacks. Best defense in the world. Don't be there. Be far away and don't get hit.
So this is something I wanted to, I've been looking around at, and I've talked to Mike about these kinds of things on the road and stuff where you kind of nerd out on it. That low calf kick developed primarily because this is the range we're fighting at, right? The calf kick, it's my longest tool and your nearest target. Yeah.
Yeah. And just, it doesn't take many shots to damage.
But we didn't know that till we did it a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We know that now because we did it a lot. We did it a lot because it was the closest target of my longest weapon. Then in doing it a lot, we were also like, oh shit, it also is really, really effective. But that thing's got to be, we have to, the organism of fighting will develop an answer to the point where you don't throw them a lot anymore, right?
I mean, I've seen so many fights now where the winners are in wheelchairs after the fights.
Yeah.
Like
the winners, wow.
Dude, so much shin to shin action. People are getting messed up all the time, like all the time. This is like you're throwing it, and even if they don't check, sometimes they turn their leg the wrong way, and you're banging shin to shin, and you're throwing it as hard as you can. Guys are getting messed up with this technique a lot, but you don't feel it during the fight, but after you are. 100%. It's brutal.
Yeah, yikes. Guys, I'm going to hit the bathroom. You guys chat amongst yourself. I will turn down my volume here so you don't hear you echoing, and I'll be back in like seconds.
All right. I'm going to remind everybody that, of course, now the prelim CBS Sports for, I think it's check your local listings for CBS local sports, or you have the DAZN app. You can continue to watch the Bellator main event apps from there. So I asked John this, Mike Brown, what was the first match you ever watched in MMA?
I had the VHS tape of UFC 2. First one I watched live was UFC 4 on pay-per-view. And first one I watched just changed my life. I
was going to say that moment. And did you say, "Hey, I want to go do that. I want to see my fortune"?
I mean, I wanted to like train Gracie Jiu-Jitsu at the time, you know, like this is beautiful, but obviously it was no weight classes. I just thought it was beautiful and really cool, you know, like I never thought it would ever be here today, you know.
Right.
As a wrestler, the weight classes, I was like, I don't want to fight.
Yeah,
I
no
don't want
way.
to fight somebody 260. Are you kidding me?
Right. I used to watch Tom Erickson, right? He was one of your coaches, or did you ever train under him?
Are you kidding me? Like 300-pound dude, like, and he
Monster.
was fast. He was as fast as I was.
Yeah.
Like,
and like the guy was like, you know, I don't know how many times like national champion and just a monster. Yeah, I remember he had a 40-minute fight with Murillo. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Bustamante. Yeah.
This is all old shit.
That's insane too. I'm a huge fan about Bustamante just for that.
Yeah,
it was ruled a draw, I think, but it was like 40.
Yeah, automatic drop and went the distance. Yeah.
It's still
So it's like Bustamante's a 185 for that fight. Tom was 300, 305.
Yeah, different time. And then I remember he knocked out Randleman. That mini tournament in Brazil.
And that was, I think, Henderson. That might have been Henderson's debut fight.
Yeah, that was great. I was like really into the old stuff.
He got picked up in a double leg and choked him out in the air.
Yeah, I think that's another tough wrestler. I guess I didn't know the guy, but I guess he was a good wrestler.
Yeah,
John, if you hadn't been, taking the path you were, and chosen MMA, what would you think you'd be doing in life?
I'd be a crazy person, probably. No, I mean, I would have been a teacher and a coach, wrestling coach. But like, I don't know how I would have been sane. I don't know how I could have survived that. Because I don't know. Once I went to college and I started traveling state to state and seeing the country, like there was no way I was just going to
settle down.
Stay in one place in the Midwest and know 20 people. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
But you knew that wasn't for you.
Yeah, I've just always been an adventurer. I've always wanted to travel. Always wanted to go out to California and like be out.
That is I think that's a great answer. Same thing for you, Mike. If MMA, if you thought, hey, it's never going to stick around for 20, what do you think you'd be doing now if it wasn't for this?
Dude, I couldn't tell you. No idea. No idea. What state are you from originally, John?
I'm sorry. John's in Midwest.
I'm from Indiana.
And Rob, you gotta rejoin your audios. So exit and rejoin. We'll get Robin back. Sometimes when he turns those headphones on, he turns into a transformer. So we'll get him back up. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Go ahead.
Oh, good, yeah.
Let's see here. We're gonna get him fixed up in a second. There we go. He'll pop back in. Let's see. Mike, is it with you being one of the main guys at your gym? Is it much harder on you? It seems like you guys got so much talent down there. It seems like you got to have your I'm pretty sure you have a lot coaches and everything else, guys that are coming up. But are this the demand to have you at everyone's corner just too great for you now? I mean, you got so much talent there.
Yeah, I mean, of course we got to pick and choose. We can't be everywhere.
There we go.
I mean, I do my best, but you have to make choices. There's some trips you can't go on. You got to say no sometimes. There's just too many fights nowadays. I do my best, and those are the ones that need me or the biggest fights. I make the trip, but can't do them all.
Was that the end of the undercard now? I guess we got to, Mike, you got, John, you got a TV there. Can you get CBS Sports?
I'm going to have to look for, I don't know if I got it or not. I'm in a hotel room in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Otherwise you got DAZN.
I should probably roll out and check on Kayla anyway, but it was good chatting with you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Good.
Yeah, man. You know I love you. You're one of my favorites ever. And if you get bored, please pop back in. John Fitch is going to get high, and he's going to have all kinds of really important things to tell us.
Thanks, Robin. See you guys. Take care.
Hey, good to see you, man. Thank you so much. I love that guy.
He is. I just asked him, the demands on him for being everywhere. And he's just got to pick and choose. But every week he's, I know you would text him and say, "Man, I hope we can get him in just to pop in for a second."
Yeah.
It was great to have him on just to, pick his brain a little bit and everything.
Yeah, he's a gem. There's so many things I want to talk to him about and share that he talks about. Like even John, tell us what you think of it. He does like just a ton of very sort of gentle tech sparring, like walking through the motions with fighters, which I think he probably does because he's in the gym so many hours. It's a way you can kind of continue to kind of stay in the flow and move through things. But yeah, he's a real good dude, but he's also just such a nerd about it. Like, such a passionate nerd about it. What are you looking at, Fitch? I see you looking off in the distance.
Well, no, I got my screens over here.
Aha. And mine right here.
There you go.
So I have I have a Mac laptop and the MacBook. There was an update. So now, because the update, I have a plug-in for the Ethernet. So now that doesn't work. So I have no Ethernet for that. So I had to borrow my roommate's PC to set up.
Yeah. Hey, I understand the technical challenge. I understand that.
I just need and see, I have like the nice camera, but it's still fuzzy. Like I can't. So
it looks good.
I just need to invest in. I just need to get my own PC and just set it up for streaming. It's time.
Yeah, it is definitely time. It's a weird one. So I'm on a MacBook Pro. I got an iPad Pro. I got an iPhone 11. I'm getting an iPhone 12. Literally, the best shots that I get now is just 2 iPhones. Yeah. Like the iPhone is so good.
I have an iPhone 11. That's a lot of the stuff I record. It's 4K. It's fine. I did a bunch of series of Fight Week videos I put up on Rockfin, and they're all shot the 4K.
Did you make money off that Rockfin?
Off Rockfin? Yeah. I've been doing okay because they pay you in Ray tokens. And it went from when I first started with them, it was like 28 cents. And now it's like $1.
Yeah. I mean, it's triple. It's like that, right?
Well, it's not bad. And like you can say whatever you want to, and you don't have to worry about getting edited or censored or whatever.
Right. Yeah. It's it's a strange one because in theory, I mean, we could say or do anything we want to a degree. Mm-hmm. There's not we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, but what couldn't we talk about if we chose to right now? You know what I mean?
Really?
You want to see how fast?
You want to see how fast we get taken down? I got a few topics that I think would get us pretty quickly.
That I could agree with it with a few people. Click here, click there. Next, like you guys were talking about blah blah blah. You can't. Yeah.
See, but that's different. We could get backlash. People, you can absolutely get people to be mad, and that's okay. That's free. But I think to get censored or taken off the air,
if they refuse to ad share your stuff, if they refuse to let people see your stuff, they don't share. They bury it underneath so it's not seen by people because they don't like what you're saying. I think that's a problem. If people organically hear it and share it and want other people to hear it, then that's fine. But they don't. They put algorithms in there that bury the stuff they don't like.
Yeah.
So I have a friend who he's an ex-baseball player. This Alex Feinberg. I had him on my show, and he was a pro baseball player, but kind of pudgy. And then he started changing his diet around. He eats majoritively meat, and he calls himself sustained gluttony is his handle. Yeah. Like he put up He put up an ad for, pictures of him, like in his body transformation of switching to this diet and whatever. He put it up and he was blocked by Facebook and he was not allowed to put up his ad. And they said the reason was because he had six-pack, he had abs, and it was body shaming to people who were fat.
You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
So
this guy is a health guy who's going to help people get better, healthier, look better, feel better about themselves. He's not allowed to advertise his product because the fact that he looks good with a shirt off makes people feel bad.
Yeah. I mean, that is pretty crazy. Yeah. He didn't say or do anything in addition to just having abs?
No.
Wow.
It was an ad. Look at my body transformation from being a professional baseball athlete and then switching my diet up and look what I look like now.
That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Robin, a quick reminder. So I'm getting ready to step on out. I'm going to leave you in the well-capable hands of Mr. John Finch. These are
John,
one-on-one
a
stuff.
doctor is going to join us, Dr. Sutterer, interesting cat. Eric is going to come in too.
There we go. Just to remind everybody that
Eric Alvarez, do you know him? So Mal's got to go. Are you going right now, Mal?
Yeah, I gotta go ahead and get going. But a reminder that the fights start at 7 p.m. on CBS Sports Network and DAZN. Someone had just asked that, so I wanted to get that out there. John, it was great meeting you. Thank you for coming on. Certainly appreciate you
for having me.
Yes, indeed. And Robin, hopefully I'll be back before everything ends, but I know you guys got it all good. And
we got it. Me and John are going to hang out. We're going to bring, do you know Coach Eric, John? He wears white glasses, corners Pitbull.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think we've, pretty sure. Yes.
Yeah, he'll be in here in a couple of minutes to hang with us. And then this doctor who looks at sports injuries is coming in, and then the fights will restart in like 12 minutes. So, but in the meantime, let's just hang out.
There you go. I'll catch you guys. See you later, Robin.
Okay, see you later. John, you can't leave me until somebody else joins, or I'm all alone. That's no good.
Okay. I'm looking to see if I've got the
So
I'm finding the stream.
Yeah, you gotta find it. You'll find it. So you're doing a podcast, you're being a dad, you got a lot of stuff, but and you're a retired fighter. What else are your projects?
So one of the things we mentioned before was the idea of notoriety, and these guys need to build themselves up, not just through this, fighting, just to monetize themselves. So, I have these ideas because I've been involved in, basically just fighting to end the fighter exploitation for quite a while. Right. The Muhammad Ali Act, pushing for that, lobbying, paying to go and lobby Congress people, myself and some others out of pocket to go do that. The class action lawsuit with the UFC. We're 6 years into
where's that at? Yeah, where's that?
I think November 23rd, we're supposed to get a ruling on class certification. I believe that's the last thing we have. But the last meeting we had, the judge was saying that if I had to decide today, I would be deciding. He said it 4 times that would get it. So chances are 99% chance we're getting class certification.
Which means what?
Which means we go to trial.
Wow. Go to trial under the sort of the position is that these guys.
We had 2 points to the lawsuit was that the monopoly, and they're using monopoly to enforce everything. That it was bout class and what's the not image but identity class? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah,
bout and identity class. We're probably not going to get the identity class, but we will get the bout class, and then we'll go to trial.
And in theory, if it is found, which is not easy to do, Siri, I'm not talking to you. I said in theory.
In theory, we go through the court, right? We get a ruling. If we win, then the UFC will appeal.
Right,
and
that'll be years.
Then there'll be another 5 years, 6 years, and then they'll come to a decision on the appeal, and then the judge will decide what the damages are and how to divide up the damages between all the fighters. And generally 21% goes to the lawyers.
Yeah. Wow. So how discouraged, whether you're a bunch of fighters suing or taking this with the UFC or some other scenario in which we're doing that, how discouraging does it get as you get years into it and you're like, these assholes have lawyers who have systems to make things go slow, to make does it get discouraging?
They're doing what they do. As a business, they're trying to maximize their profits. It's the fighters that I'm disappointed in, because you are a business. As a fighter, you are an individual sole proprietor business. You need to be looking out for the best way for you to maximize your profits.
Right.
And they're not doing that. They're laying over and they're letting the promoters, generally the UFC, because in a monopoly, the monopoly dictates the environment. Everybody else in that environment has to operate the exact same way, or they have to act more unscrupulous. They have to be worse.
Right. Even worse.
In order to just survive.
So when you're young, you're 20, and it's like, I want to fight in a cage in the UFC, and well, you're going to make $8,000, and they're going to take advantage.
And you're going to give up your identity, and you're going to give up all these rights.
Yeah.
You're not going to own anything. You're not going to.
But the world of it seems so big and confusing that you're like, yeah, but I want to do it. You know what I mean? Like to a kid, that's why.
Yeah, it's why you create associations, though, is because that keeps the amateurs out. Because it's the same thing. You know, you talk to stand-up comedians, and a club owner will hire a bunch of guys with no talent who have no experience because you can pay them less. Well, if you don't have a standard across the industry of workers who say, "Hey, no, you can't do that," like the Screen Actors Guild does.
Yeah.
How many people would be in a movie? Right.
For 1/10 of what
the people actually make, they would.
Right.
You know,
they would.
So there's people who find loopholes as it is, so they don't have to pay people on that level. You know, that's what a lot of reality TV show stuff comes from.
So there are other aspects to this, even.
To take my point, like going through all of these processes, I've realized what's missing from our sport, and it's the effect. I'm sorry, my dog is barking.
What kind of dog?
A bull. I have a Canary Mastiff.
I don't know what that is.
That's a Canario. He's a big boy. He's about 63 pounds. He's 5 months old. Here, I'll let you see him.
John Fitch's dog. What's your dog? Oh shit! He's how old?
5-month-old puppy.
Look at his cute puppy face. Does he have huge paws? Does he have absurdly huge paws?
Huge paws. He's 5 months. 5 months old. So
how big is he gonna be?
He could get up to 140 pounds.
Oh Jesus! Wow. Do you have other dogs or no?
No, this is that. I had one about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Bricks. He passed away. So
it takes a while, man. I got a 15-year-old Chihuahua, and we're now experiencing preparation for death, right? And that's part of having pets is to deal with some of these realities. But it's going to be a long time from the day that little friend dies till there's another one.
Yeah, it's hard to replace them. Yeah. So what I was saying was going through all this stuff and realizing what's missing from the market is that nobody's really promoting the fighter anymore because unlike in boxing, the promoter will invest in a fighter. You know, you find a fighter who's 0-0. Hey, I think this guy's going to be a champion. Yeah. You put him up in a hotel or not a hotel. You put him in an apartment. You pay for his training. You pay for his gym stuff. You pay for his food. You pay for everything.
Yeah.
As he trains and fights
for 12 years.
For 12 years, and then he gets to the point where he's 20-0, and then he wins a title, and you make all that money back. You might have had 9 other fighters wash out, and you lost your money on, but that one guy that pays off. Yeah. And because of the way that system works is he keeps his rank no matter where he goes or what promoter he goes to. Yeah, and if he gets a belt, he keeps that belt no matter where he goes. Right. So there's
the music business was once like this too. We would invest in 100 bands so that one would be successful.
Yes. Well, I mean, that's just venture capitalism.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. But in the MMA system, there's no venture capitalists investing in the fighters because the second that fighter becomes more valuable, he leaves you and goes to a bigger promotion. So none of the promoters are actually promoting their fighters. They're not trying to build your name up. They're taking guys who already have a name and they're using that name to make money off of them. So they're basically they're farmers that don't plant or grow anything. They just take the juice, they take the fruit and they squeeze the juice. That's all they're doing now. Like none of them are planting the guy, growing up, developing him. It doesn't happen.
So it's imperfect. And we know that Bellator is better because they will benefit by being better. When somebody's bad, if you are better to the staff, to the employees, better to the contractors, better to the audience, better to the staff, that's good for your company.
Yes.
So if you're competing with somebody who's bad, being good is better. But if they're really bad, better is only a certain amount better. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like better than really bad is not that good necessarily. It's interesting.
And I mean, and it's something I see missing in the market. You have a guy who's like who was it? Corey Anderson, who just came over. From,
Yeah.
Well, they were talking about him. He was in a place where he could have been right there fighting for a title in the UFC.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But they were saying like, oh, he doesn't have a buzz around him. The guy had like 10 wins or something in the UFC, and he only had like what 40,000 followers on his stuff.
Right.
How is that possible?
Yeah, that's absurd.
Like, as
if
a promoter,
you like fighting, why was this happening?
As a promoter, if I'm a promoter and I have a guy who's that close who has 10 fights, I'm a promoter and I have a guy who has 10 fights under me, and he only I'm a shitty promoter. I'm terrible.
It's not a reflection on him.
I did a terrible job of getting people to know who he was. But it's because they have no investment. They have no return on investment in it, so they don't care. So that's kind of what I want to do is I want to create a company that can provide that service for guys.
Yeah, cool. Very cool. So I'm bringing in, so fights are on in 5 minutes. Everybody that's with us, cool. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to bring in my friend, Dr. Brian Sutterer. I think also Coach Eric Albarracin is going to be joining us. I just got to make sure I got all my shit here. But let's bring in the doc. Hey, Dr. Sutterer.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, Doc?
How's it going, everybody?
Do you know John Fitch? John Fitch is a legend. John Fitch. Dr. Sutterer is a doctor. He's also an expert in sports injuries, sports related medicine stuff, and he's a multi-sport fan. You might have seen Fitch fight George St. Pierre. You would have seen John Fitch fight some of the best fighters in the world. So we're lucky to have him. But Doc, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good. Do you have CBS Sports somewhere near you?
I actually already had DAZN, and so I've got it going. We're set.
So you're the guy who has DAZN. I actually do some work for DAZN, but and in fact, I think the interview that's on DAZN currently with, or was just on with Caldwell was an interview that I did. But so were you practicing today, Doc?
Yeah, I had clinic all day.
And and you're done. You just finished, yeah. And instead, you can now watch fights and hang out.
That's right. Yeah, good way to end the day.
You missed my friend Mallory, who co-does this with me. But I said to him earlier, I'm like, look, I hope nobody gets a bad injury today. But if they do, I hope it happens when Dr. Sutterer is here.
Some real-time breakdowns.
Yes, exactly. John Fitch, how are you?
I'm good.
Good. Are you ready? We are 3 minutes away from fights. So Brian, what's your Dr. Brian? What's your YouTube channel called?
So it's just my name. It's Brian Sutterer, MD. I guess I could probably edit my name here in the stream so people could find it easier. Yeah. So I got to admit, I only started really following mixed martial arts probably about a year or so ago. Yeah. We were working on some research up in one of the LFA fights that they were doing up here in Minnesota. It was pretty cool. I actually saw Brendan Allen fight when I went to do some of the research, and saw now he's like over in UFC. But we were doing some concussion stuff for them. Pretty cool. So I've gotten a lot more interested in it lately.
John Fitch, I didn't know that fighting gives you concussions.
Does it really?
Have you gone through that, John? Have you had
I had a scare before I fought Jake Shields. They had found a couple small 2 millimeter long scars in part of my dome. And they don't know what it is. They're like, oh, we just saw something.
In your brain?
Yeah. But they don't know if you're born with it or it was something that a childhood trauma, because they don't have like all of your MRIs for your whole life, and the capability, I think it's the right word, of the MRI has gotten better. So like my brain could be the same as 2015, but because the imaging is better now, they see more stuff.
Dr. Sutterer, I'm going to defer to you on this.
No, that's all right. Which is sometimes a bad thing that we can see more stuff. So just to give you a sense, they measure MRI strengths with Tesla, like they call it like a 3 Tesla, 5 Tesla. It's the strength of the magnet. And, you know, previously we had like 1.5 Tesla MRIs. Now we're doing like 3, 5 Tesla MRIs. So we're just looking like super, super detailed. They're really helpful for people with seizure disorders because a lot of times there's some tiny little spot in the brain that's like causing the seizure source. But sometimes you're right, John, you know, you do a scan and you see stuff and it's like, well, we don't really know what to do about it. And sometimes it just stresses people more because it doesn't mean it's bad, but you just don't know. Yeah, you're probably paranoid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was super stressed. They're like, oh, we don't know. We were not going to let you fight. So there's the money's gone. Poof. Right. And then it's like, oh, and you might have brain damage. Okay. Like, that's not a good feeling. And then, so like, you know, but we still have to make the money. We still need the fight. So what we do is you go to a MRI that's not as good. Not as good.
See that stuff.
Yeah. So then you reapply to the same commission with a different MRI with less resolution on the MRI, and they accept the lesser resolution one, even though they've already.
But it's still the same brain.
It's the same brain. It's like, oh, well, this one is good. We'll take this one. The other one you couldn't fight. But this one's fine.
Man.
There was.
But I went to a Cleveland clinic for twice, and they did a bunch of testing and cognitive tests, and I'm fine. I should go back again sometime, but like everything's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same brain whether you scan it or not, right? Do you remember Sokaju, John? So you remember Sokaju?
Sokaju, yeah.
Yeah. He was fighting, I was commentating, Dr. Sutterer, I was commentating one of his fights, this dude named Sokaju. And we went to scan, he had to get a scan when he got to Toronto. And they scanned, in whatever imaging they had, there was calcium deposits on the inside of the skull. Does that ring a bell in any way? Does that sound like
on the inside of the skull?
Yeah.
There's some kind of benign like brain tumors that form kind of on the outside, like meningiomas, like kind of on the lining around the brain. I don't know about calcifications.
No, I think you're describing it much better than me. And they saw that. And at first they were like, oh no, you definitely can't fight. And then they went back and got some of his scans from earlier, and they had always been there. So you using the word benign, just as describing it, I think kind of made sense of it. But it was one of those weird kind of things where the Toronto, so pre-fight medicals, there's all of these things that have to be met to be able to say, yes, it's okay to fight. We don't want you, John Fitch, punching you in the face unless your body, brain, blood work, et cetera, is stable. And the Toronto doctor who looked at that at the time was like, you definitely cannot fight, and maybe you should never fight. But then after looking at it further, they were like, no, this is just part of, you know, how your biology is.
Just how you are. Yeah. It's the same with joints. You know, when we're doing like sports stuff, if, you know, you have somebody who comes in with like kind of some knee pains, not really specific, you get an MRI and you see all this stuff. And it's like, well, it was probably there. I mean, half the guys fighting MMA and Bellator and stuff probably have meniscus tears and all kinds of stuff in the knees. And
2011, after I fought BJ Penn, I had to get a shoulder surgery because they said I had a full tear of my supraspinatus. Well, then
one of the rotator cuff.
Yep. I go down to the doctor to have my shoulder scoped. And then after the surgery, he's like, oh, well, looks like we read the MRI wrong. What they thought was the supraspinatus tear was actually scar tissue that was built up because that the bone ridge here, it hangs forward a little bit and it rubs on my bicep tendon head.
Bicep insertion, yeah.
So there's a bunch of scar tissue there, and they read the scar tissue there as a tear. So they gave me shoulder surgery I didn't need.
Wow. Could you move your arm okay? Like, was your motion fine?
It moved around a little bit, but
it was motion, right, Doc?
Difficult with
so
difficult with weights. And this
supraspinatus comes out this way. So we like kind of just out to the side of your body overhead. The one that rotates you backwards, like externally rotating, that's your infraspinatus and your teres minor. And then the one that brings you forward is called the subscapularis. But the supraspinatus is the one that's most often, that's the one that gets pinched whenever people have shoulder impingement.
John kind of touched on it, that apparently there's a little groove there where the bicep tendon goes in there, and that seems to be a common injury, repetition injury that fighters have.
Yeah, so there's a lot that goes on under there. Your biceps tendon sits in a little groove, and it can basically like sublux in and out of that groove and kind of snap over the ridge.
And that sort of wears the rope?
Yep, kind of wears the rope down. The crazy thing is, though, when you tear that tendon, you really functionally don't lose much strength. I don't know if you guys have ever talked with anybody who's ruptured the biceps tendon up top. You really don't functionally notice it much difference. You know, the average everyday person usually doesn't get surgery. It's only like high-level elite athletes that'll notice that, you know, small percentage of difference with strength.
Whereas if you tear this one, the whole thing balls up at the top.
Yeah, if you tear it down below, that's one of the few get him to a surgeon as quick as possible, because it'll retract all the way up the arm and be really hard to go pull down.
I was my brother, who was about 30 at the time, and he was fairly athletic in high school, but he hadn't done anything between 18 and 30. And his wife's family was having a backyard barbecue, and he reached to bump a volleyball, and his Achilles tendon you heard a loud pop.
No,
it rolled all the way up.
My sister-in-law, she popped her Achilles too. I've had some friends. That's a nightmare injury.
Yeah.
That terrifies me. I was just working out the other day. You're running, and you're like
a sniper shooting you from far away in the ankle. Oh
man.
Yeah, that was a bad one. And the sound was pretty loud. Like when that thing snaps or disengages or whatever's happening. Human body is just a freaky, like what were you saying earlier, John, about like existence itself is, what was the word you used?
Preposterous.
Preposterous.
Preposterousness of the universe.
Yeah.
The idea that some nuclear gas explosion billions of years ago created the space dust that congealed into a planet that had single organisms sprout up out of nowhere and mutate and whatever, grow into what we are today. And now we fight in our underwear in a cage. Yeah, preposterous.
Yeah. It really is. That's a great way to explain it. You think about all the little tiny microscopic cellular level things that have to go perfectly right nonstop year after year. It's insane. Yeah. It's insane. Yep. And then your Achilles snaps and you can't do anything.
The fact that Earth lies in a perfect distance from the sun, that we're not too far away to be too cold for life not to be here. We're not too close for us to burn up. It's preposterous that this happened. This just happened. It's wild.
Yeah. And then the series of events that makes all of this. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. It's a series of events. And never mind creating that. Like, does that make any sense? But here we are, and we're watching cage fights that are about to start. Do you guys have it on right now?
I saw they're doing. Keith Lee is getting patted down.
Oh shit, Mallory, we need you. How do we get back to the? Okay, I gotta text Mallory. Oh, hold on. How do we do it? There we go. Maybe. No. Okay. We'll get Mallory on there. So Keith Lee versus how do I get the fights back? So I've got DAZN open. Mallory is usually doing this, where we've got the fights up, but I don't seem to be capable of it. That's in his category, but we can keep chatting. People can describe it to us. I'm going to watch it on this screen so we know what's happening. Are you guys seeing the fights?
The second man is getting greased up.
Which one? Keith is the thinner guy.
No, Keith's already in the ring.
Okay, we'll get
the DAZN app must be on a delay or something.
Oh, maybe.
So, Brian, you can go to Bellator YouTube channel. So everybody that's watching, apologies. You can go to Bellator YouTube channel and you will see these fights.
Stats and Lee. Both men.
Yeah. So Stotts, are you talking about the YouTube fights? Yes. Can't get him back. So yeah, we've got hundreds of people hanging with us. Thank you for humoring me back in the stream. And we will have the YouTube fights in here in just a second. Mallory is actually working currently, but he is going, maybe it's just this. Nope, that's him. Okay. He'll get us started. So there is a link at the bottom, says share screen. All right.
Yep.
There we go. Share screen. Would like to record this computers. Okay, share. Let's see. No. Share the screen for and you need to share the screen from, from the Chrome tab, Jesus. So this is why I usually have Mallory here.
StreamYard makes it pretty simple. Did you
Yeah.
click the share screen window?
I clicked the share screen.
Then you'll
Fitch.
go to the you'll go to the Chrome tab.
Chrome tab.
And
It
you
says
should
your
see
entire
the,
screen. Aha.
see what you want to open. Then you got to go back to stream thing and open
YouTube. Man, we got a lot of people hanging in here, being supportive, probably giving instructions for me. Mail, StreamYard, Facebook, YouTube. It's not the right one. On MacBook. Okay, Fitch, keep walking me through this. Chrome tab.
Yeah, Chrome tab, and you should see the address you want to share.
I don't see it. How do I add a new address?
Well, do you have like YouTube or whatever you want to watch open? You open what you want to watch first.
Okay, now you're.
You have to have that open first to share.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You guys talk amongst yourselves while I attempt to figure this out. John, ask the doctor some really interesting questions that will entice our audience into having a great time.
Have you worked with many MMA fighters?
Just the couple of times I went up to help out with the research we were doing. We were basically trying to look and see what type of concussion like screening tests were effective, because there's a bunch of them out there. Some of them are like 10, 15 minutes long. Some of them are super quick. And so we were trying to see. I got to give them mad respect though. We were, as soon as they came out of their fights, win or lose, we were right there asking them all these questions, doing all these balance tests. Super gracious group though. It was a lot of fun. The problem was before the fights, everybody was so just out of it from cutting weight that we were trying to do the tests and everybody's like stumbling around because they're all dehydrated, trying to like make their weight.
Yeah.
So it kind of threw things off beforehand, but was still pretty interesting. Concussions can be tough. There's just so many different tools out there there's not like a good, there's no blood tests. There's no like brain scan that like diagnoses a concussion. It's really kind of your
Holy shit, I did it.
And the exam. We get it?
I did it, I think.
Nice.
I mean, it looks like it. Right? The prelims will begin. Although, wait a second. The prelims won't begin shortly. We've got to like fast forward this up to live, and then we've got it. Okay.
Do they give you guys much education about head injuries when you're like coming up and just starting to fight?
No, it was never something that was talked about much. I mean, we understood it. Don't get hit,
Yeah.
But there wasn't a lot of talk about. I mean, I started playing football in 4th grade. Like it was never like, oh, it's a weird brain damage, a surprise. Like that was never like, we knew like it was not good to hit helmets and get your bell rung. Like it wasn't like something we set out to do. Like it happens sometimes, but like it wasn't something you wanted to do. Get your bell rung good, like you might miss a few plays. So it's like it was kind of like, I don't know. You kind of intuitively know that it's not good to get hit in the head and not be able to control yourself.
Yeah.
But I think we always did a good job at AKA of making sure we're all healthy and nobody was taking risks. You know, we had a number of guys who, you know, would get wobbled and refuse to leave the ring, and then everybody else would just not spar with them. Like, no, nobody's working with you. Like, you're stupid.
Yeah.
You're gonna hurt yourself worse. And like, plus nobody wants that over their head. Like, the guy's hurt, you know, he's hurt. You hit him, and now he's, you know, like, you don't want that. So we did a good job of taking care of each other.
Nice, that's good.
Over the years.
Yeah, it's tough. Kind of in the medical community, it's kind of split. There's some people who are like, well, these are combat sports, you know, they're doing this to each other. But then you've got this other community like myself. It's like, no, these guys are pro athletes. You know, these girls, they need our help. They need our care. They, you know, need medical care just as much as the, you know, person playing basketball. But there's definitely kind of like a split within the general, like, you know, academic medical community about, you know, acceptance and like coverage of combat stuff.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just the idea of fighting is just, oh my God. We've kind of slipped into this Victorian era of, oh my God.
Oh dear.
Oh, dearie me. They hit each other in the face. Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. My error was thinking I could actually get this fight and put it into the space. I didn't realize it. But thanks for hanging, you guys.
Well, so it's on CBS. Can you?
Yeah, no, I can't bring that in. So I should.
It's not. Is it illegal on the stream? I can share my screen.
No, we'll get in a lot of trouble.
I don't know if you want me to share my screen.
I'd turn my phone around.
Yeah, exactly. No. So Raffion is on the back right now. Has he been in charge the whole time? John?
Who's that?
Raffion is the guy on the back. So Keith is the guy in who's in the being mounted. Has Raffion been in charge this whole time?
I switched back to look at you guys because this was on a different screen.
Yeah.
So I did not see the takedown. Oh, this is one of those positions where he's on the fence and he's able to turn into him, keeping him pinned in the fence. Oh, didn't get it done in time though.
No. Something we were talking about earlier.
Okay, he's got a nice head kick in there.
Yeah. So Keith is the guy on the right of the screen, the guy with the smaller styling of his hair. And they're both really slick. Like, this is a high level fight considering how young these guys are, which is freaky. Like, you know, Dr. Brian, when John was coming up fighting in 2002, John, what these guys do now, you guys didn't even, you know, nobody moved like that.
No.
No.
Yeah.
But I will say, I mean, I don't know. I think there was a point around 2000, in between 2008, 2010, 12, in there somewhere, that everything switched from kind of martial arts and technique based to a lot more athleticism and explosiveness. Right. And I don't know if that was correlated with the TRT situation at the time, but like, I feel like athleticism took precedent over game planning and skill set.
Yeah.
That's a similar trend in other sports too. I mean,
really?
Like, yeah, I mean, you look at like, you know, basketball back in the 60s, 70s, it was fundamentals, you know, passing, dribbling, shooting, you know, guys just weren't as athletic. They weren't training as well. You know, we didn't have all the science behind, you know, weightlifting and conditioning and the nutrition. And so a lot of it just relied on pure technique and fundamentals, you know, who had the best shot form, who had the best bounce pass. And now you're seeing these guys who don't necessarily have the best fundamentals, but they're just such pure athletes that they can kind of overcome some of those deficiencies. And I think it's made other sports more exciting, but you know, the purists are like, well, you know, they don't shoot the right way, or they don't, you know.
Well, the natural thing that happens after that, the way that the organism of the game adapts, is if everybody their athletic platform becomes higher and equalizes to some degree, it becomes about the fundamentals again. So if we're all similar talent, but John's a better athlete, that will supersede. Once we all become similar athletes, the talent and the skill and the fundamentals will supersede that. And that's how the game starts to change, is we begin to equalize these things. And it's a really interesting kind of, then it starts to become about training philosophies. There are people currently right now, and John, you've seen this probably a lot, especially in the last 10 years. One coach will believe that increasing your athletic platform is more important. A different coach will believe spending all that time on skill development is more important. The limits become the opportunity cost. How many hours can we train, and what can we gain from that training, and what do we lose to move to the athletic platform, and what do we gain if we, and over time, I think the way the belief system right now is, if you and John can train 20 hours a week each, and you spend 5 of those hours becoming a better athlete, but John spends 5 of those hours becoming a better fighter, in 5 years, 5 hours repeatedly over that time, that he will have made the better choice. But the jury is still out on that. But that's where the game starts to move to, right? You know?
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with money getting involved also. When money gets and the bigger money gets into the sports too, then it becomes, more marketing, and, bigger, faster, more explosive is always going to be more marketable. And I believe personally that it is the benefit of the promoter to have inconsistent champs or guys at the top. You don't want a guy who goes 20-0. You don't want a guy who goes 30-0. You want a guy who wins 2, loses 1, wins 2, loses 1, because those guys are easier to control and easier to manage, and they make less money.
That's the key, right?
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people forget about this. It's a business, and money plays such a big factor into it. A lot of the matchups are made not because of skill set or because of what the guy did, but because of how much he's getting paid. If they can put a guy into a position to fight a guy that's getting paid less money than the guy who should be fighting, then they'll do that.
Mm-hmm. The difference between fighting and many other sports is, in fighting over the last 20 years, especially the UFC, they believe they can sell the brand, and that's of more value than selling the individual.
Yes.
The issue with that.
Yeah, it's a brainwashing tactic they use.
Yeah, the issue of it, what happens is it commodifies everything. Eventually, that is uncool because it happens so much. And then somebody else who does sell the athletes gain in power. It's the same thing in the music business. It's the same, it's different than many other sports in that way. It's how the audience perceives it, how you can get the audience to part with their money. It's very... And John's looked at this a lot. Dr. Sutterer, John's involved in a class action lawsuit with the UFC, in fact. And I kind of forgot about that until he brought it up again. That's been going on for years on this very point, among other things.
It's a decent little scrap between these two guys.
These guys are very, very, very high level for such young guys. Very high level.
Good to see.
Yeah, it's just going that way. So Rafian trains under Duke Rufus, Duke. Yep. And then Keith Lee is out of Vegas, out of Extreme Couture in Vegas. And do you know Dewey Cooper?
Kevin Lee's brother?
Yeah, Kevin Lee's brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he looked a little bit familiar. I was over at One Kicks in Vegas for a little while, and Dewey Cooper would come over with Kevin Lee, and I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're about the other one too.
Dewey's cool, eh?
Dewey's great. I worked with him a little bit. Nick had hurt his hand for one of my fights, and I worked with Dewey for a little bit. But Dewey's crazy, man. He would have you doing like 14 punch combinations.
Yeah,
like
that's how he trained.
It was like a mental, gymnastic workout, because you had to remember. You had to do everything right, and then you had to remember what he was calling out. It was like one of those cognitive tests where they keep adding a word you have to remember.
For me, I'm the caddy.
Yeah. Hey, look, I think we got Coach.
The white card or the black? What's the black kid?
Coach.
If I just pull out, you can probably back out.
We don't have his picture yet, but I hear him talking to his coach. Are you there?
Butt dialed you.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he might have.
All right, let me see. I'll pull in here.
He might have butt dialed us.
Hold up.
We'll take him out for a second. We'll bring him back in.
Here's car. Bing, bing.
Yeah. Coach, you there? Oh, and Doc is there too. Okay.
Sorry, I lost you guys' internet.
No problem. Dr. Sutterer, the black square next to you, that will be Coach Eric. Coach coaches Henry Cejudo and a bunch of fighters that you've seen fight. Look at this fight. Eh? Look at Keith fighting his way out of against the cage. Coach will return. Oh, let's see if he's there. Coach, you there?
Yeah, so that's good.
I don't know how to drop him out and then get him back. But
It smells good, but it has a tint.
I might want to take him out. I don't know what he's talking about or who he's talking to. So I want to protect him.
Incriminate himself.
Yeah, exactly. I'll tell him. I think he butt dialed me.
Check. Same for this
Child. Us. LOL.
How early do guys and girls start fighting and like training
these days?
It depends. You have, kids in Thailand are fighting professionally at 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a different thing, and we view that differently than they do for sure.
And then you
just thinking. I mean, sports specialization is
huge. I have there's a lot of kids that start jiu-jitsu really young, wrestling really young, combat sambo young. But like I don't know if I think how it's done, because like technically my kids have always been doing wrestling and jiu-jitsu, but like I haven't formally been putting them in class. I haven't been strict and stringent and like forcing them to do this and like get it right.
But you're showing them the family business from the time.
We play. It's playful. It's always, hey, we're having a good time. Let's do this. Let's learn something new. Like it's a good time. So like when they get a little older, when they get to the teenage years and they feel like, hey, I feel like, really competing. Like they're in a better position because they already kind of know everything. Now they can start working hard. But like I see a lot of times these parents who are like have 3 or 4 or 5-year-olds, and they're like having them cut weight, and they're really pushing them hard. That kid starts at 6 years old. In 10 years, he's 16. Like, how many things in your life have you done for 10 years with enthusiasm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Even hobbies that you enjoy. How many hobbies have you kept up with over 10 years that were you like passionate about?
I was frozen there.
It's not very often. So like I think it's dangerous to like really push a kid too hard because they, I already did it, Mom. I already went to nationals. I already did these things. I don't care. Like I want to have fun with my friends. You're 16.
It's interesting, the specialized nature of it. Like there are a lot of people right now who believe that to give somebody the most tools to be a martial artist, if they were to choose to later, doing wrestling or gymnastics are the best basis to offer a child if it's something they're interested in.
I think gymnastics, just for all children need to do gymnastics as children. Just you're going to have less injuries throughout your life if you know how to tumble and fall and you understand your body and your body weight and how to shift. Like you're naturally not going to be as klutzy.
Doc, tell me what you think of this, but basic, first layer kind of reading on this, doing gymnastics as a little kid, playing piano as a little kid. There's a few of these fundamental formative things that seem to be useful later.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think it's a huge topic in just, kind of the rest of the sports world is just this early sports specialization. And I mean, these kids who are pitching Little League baseball year round and throwing 5 nights a week and just tearing up their elbows before they even get to high school. So there's a huge, and just even like the last handful of years, it's become a bigger deal. And so it'll be interesting to see how it kind of trickles into the rest of the sports world. But it's interesting because I certainly feel like you can go to a playground, and this isn't, there's no study to like cite on this, but you could go to an elementary school, a middle school, and just like look at kids running around in the playground and pretty well be able to look at them and know who's going to grow up and become an athlete and be able to move. Like
Right.
there's something that you can't necessarily train that just naturally, I mean, there's so many little variations in anatomy and the way
honestly, I think a lot of it has to do with, that time period from birth till 2 to 4 years old, right?
Yeah.
Did you just have your baby lay down in a crib all the time? Did you have the baby try to stand up? Did you manipulate it, wrestle with it, even though the baby can't really move? Like what was, because this is one of the things I did in college was I had a psychology class, childhood development, I think, and they showed us this film of this African tribe and the development of their children from birth till 2 years old, and their children were twice the size of Western kids from the same age group, and the reason was because of the tactile way that they treated them. Like when they washed them, they like hold them up by the foot and they're scrubbing them with like a abrasive sponge, so like the kid has to become hardier faster because the environment around it is harder and tougher.
It's funny you say that.
I think if you are more physical with your kids, like I was very physical with my kids, like I was trying to get them to stand up like a week old, 2 weeks old. Like I'm trying to get them to do push-ups or like gently moving them and wrestling with them
to start getting those neuromotor pathways.
So like they're developing like their neck strength faster. They're moving things faster. They're everything's, I think that helps them develop faster. And I think my kids are athletically a little bit above a lot of kids their age.
Well, they've got good genetics too, which is a huge.
Yeah, true enough.
But yeah, I know.
And then roughhousing, I think you learn a lot about your body and falling and how to move. Just roughhousing.
Mm-hmm.
So which a lot of people today, that's toxic masculinity to some people today.
Yeah, you can't be rough. You can't.
Yeah.
Physical. Yeah, I think it's every part of the body and the brain develops at a different pace. Even kind of historically, like teenagers, early 20-year-olds, like don't make the best decisions. That's because your frontal lobe, where all of your kind of your executive function, your executive planning, kind of those higher level processes are responsible. That doesn't fully develop until your mid-late 20s. And so it's not a surprise that guys, girls in their late teens, early 20s are still, making stupid decisions because that part of your brain just simply hasn't developed and hasn't finalized into what it's going to be yet. And so it's not a surprise that everything's continuing to develop through there.
Oh, wait, I think we got Coach. Do we have Coach? There you are. I'm sorry. I was trying to add you. How are you?
What's up? How you guys doing?
Coach, John Fitch, correct?
Of course. Everybody knows John Fitch.
Exactly. And this is Dr. Brian Sutterer. Dr. Brian is specializes in looking at sports injuries and biomechanics and related things. How are you, Coach?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I was listening about when he was talking about the brain and everything. Actually, saying Apollo's right now down there getting stem cells into the spine, intrathecal, that goes up to the brain to help. For a lot of things. But initially we hooked up with this stem cell company, BioAccelerator, was over CTE. So Bryant Gumbel and HBO Sports reached out to BioAccelerator and was looking for 4 athletes in MMA, a sport where they receive head trauma. So we sent a few guys down down there, and they get the intrathecal treatment. Patricio Pitbull was the first athlete to go down there, and you get it, and it goes right into your brain. Have you heard about that?
I've never heard about that. I know there's a lot of research being done with stem cells for spinal cord injuries. So, people are car accidents, paralyzed, whatever, and you've got, this area of damaged kind of tissue in the spinal cord where they're putting stem cells intrathecal into that spinal fluid space to look at healing. But I'm not familiar with any research on it for CTE, but that'd be fascinating. I mean, stem cells are that's like next frontier. It's tough because there's a lot of kind of fringy, unsafe stuff out there. People putting, you hear about like stem cells being injected in your veins and we don't even know where they're going. But yeah, it's going to be interesting
like
10, 20 years from now. Yeah. So we don't, those aren't
there. The athletes don't do that, but they do that down there as far as like experiment. Hey, all my fighters go down there now. Paulo's down there. Patricio went. Cejudo went. I think Dillashaw's down there right now. They've done a bunch of WWE. A lot of WWE pro wrestlers go down there. Chuck Liddell went down. So they have all the. You have a bunch.
They got access
to look at.
Yeah, they got access to good guinea pigs. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Doc, have you done any? We talked about this earlier before you're on, but have you done any research on the effects of psilocybin in the human brain?
Woo, mushrooms, baby.
Psilocybin.
Yeah, so
I started studying a lot about microdosing.
So it's the active ingredient in psychedelic mushrooms
for brain health. Psilocybin is supposed to grow brain cells back.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I know it
also connects neurological pathways that are different. So if you have like blockages, it's supposed to create alternative routes to gain access to memories. But the idea is you take a sub-threshold dosage, somewhere around 10 to 20% of a normal tripping dose. So you're not hallucinating. You're not like doing the magic part of the mushrooms. It's very minimal dosage. There's a theory, the stoned ape theory. This guy, he's got a book called The Food of the Gods, and he talks about how he thinks that humans made their big evolutionary jump at the time we started agriculture, where we started herding cattle, and mushrooms would have been there. And he thinks that was the reason we started to develop these big frontal lobes as we started eating mushrooms.
Interesting. Really?
It's a really interesting book.
Yeah. That sounds pretty cool.
So I don't know, Doc, if you've noticed this, but mushrooms seemed to become legalized just in the last year or so in a ton of states. Have you noticed this?
Mushrooms?
Yes. Yeah.
Decriminalized. Oakland's decriminalized,
okay.
And now, like, what is it? Portland or?
I think so, but it sounds like at least it's based on some amount of modern scientific evidence as to some amount of benefits of using psilocybin.
Some of the biggest benefits have been with addiction, I believe. Addiction and PTSD.
Okay, makes sense.
And I think that's the big push. I think the brain health is a little bit more outlier, but I think there's still something to it.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it for PTSD and did a lot of research with the military and soldiers.
Yeah.
So Doc, when
Cancer
you go into
who are terminal, also I believe.
Doc, you go into non-medical environments these days, 2020, and there are lots of fringe things that are not entirely researched, entirely accepted yet. It must be a very interesting time to be a medical doctor.
I was just going to bring that up, so I trained at a very typical, university medical school. I'm now at a very, typical respected hospital system. And you in my medical training in medical school, I don't think I took a single nutrition lecture.
Wow.
To be totally honest with you, there is, I mean, it's terrible. It's so hard because there's so much stuff that they have to cram. I mean, I was studying literally 14, 15, 16 hours a day for sometimes just months on end. And even with that, there's not enough time to give you nutrition lectures. Now, this was, 8-9 years ago. And so maybe it's changed now, but they have a real hard time figuring out what how do you, what kind of this, I don't want to call it fringe stuff because I think a lot of it's going to turn out to be super important, but how do you kind of work that in? Medicine is so evidence-based, and when there's no evidence, people say, well, we're just going to ignore it.
Or
but
new evidence.
It doesn't mean
or if
right,
there's no
exactly.
money, if there's no profit in it.
Right, if there's no money. Yeah, that's one of the hardest things. Is
like,
there's you can't sell it.
We can cure all of these like emotional disorders and all of this stuff through something you can grow in your garage yourself.
Yeah. Right.
They're not going to want that to be the answer.
But it's not even not wanting it. There's no motive in developing science, so there's no need to deploy resources towards it because things are commerce based. Just whether we're training a professional fighter or the society we live in is commerce based. It's fascinating. It really is.
Yeah, there's so many. I took so many classes in medical school that I never once have like actually used in an actual like patient care setting. Yeah, but they've got this 100+ year tradition of teaching students the exact same way, and until somebody is bold enough to say we're going to do it different, back in the old days, you did an apprenticeship. You basically found a doctor that you wanted to be like, and you just followed them for a certain number of years until you learned enough, and then we're on your own. And now, honestly, since the early 1900s, we've had the same system of medical training where you spend 2 years in classroom and then you spend a couple of years rotating through all the different specialties, and then you do your residency training, and there you go.
Yeah.
So so
almost like it was a superstition.
Right. I have a thought on this, but I want to ask Fitch. Fitch, do you know Joey Davis? Do you know this kid, Joey Davis?
Right now, yeah. He's come out to AKA, I think, before. I never
this
got
kid
to him, though.
Yeah, he is a legitimate athlete. He really is. But Doc, like my business is the same. People commentate and do presentations of football or fighting exactly the same. Football hasn't changed, or baseball hasn't changed. Let's use baseball. Baseball hasn't changed the way it's presented very much since the 1950s.
Yeah, well, that's about as traditional of a sport as you can get.
Sure, but if we go to a different sport, football or fighting's modern. Well, or fighting was modern in 2005, but fighting is the same now. But marketing should change just like anything else, because you are marketing to humans, and humans change. You're marketing to people.
Humans change, but at the same time, we're still the same base animal.
Yes,
but we still have the same cues. We still react to the same.
We have the same dopamine sensors.
But this is the one key thing. New is really cool. So the reason when we see somebody say the tail of the tape, we're like, oh my God, it's a alliteration. It sounds incredible. Somebody once first said tail of the tape when they put two guys up in their measurements. Someone made that up. They didn't exist since the beginning of time. Someone came.
Some fight barker back in the day.
Exactly.
Promoter yelling.
But that guy would be shocked to think in 2020 we still use that, because we're all sitting around going, well, nothing more creative than that could ever come up. Well, nobody could ever come up with something more interesting than that. So,
we still use the straight right hand to try to knock people out.
Yes.
Some things are just so efficient and right, like there's no reason to change them.
Sure, but there are limitations to what the human body can do, but there are not limitations.
Air's been mostly the same.
Yes.
Oxygen's been mostly the same.
I take your point. But there are not limitations to our use of language, to creativity, to innovation, to thought. We ritualistically present fights exactly the same. The same way we ritualistically do lectures in a university with a ritualistic structure, and these structures are not, these are not the best ways. They're just the way we do it, and that's why this idea of disruption always seems to shock us. When something changes, it's not. Look at this kid. Look at the position of his head. Oh God,
those are big shots.
This kid can be an absolute champion if he really wants to be. Like, he's just so special, He's got the mindset.
I do not envy these refs in these situations. Like, just knowing when that right moment is to give them more time versus calling it when someone's.
For sure. Well, My first question is, who are you and why did you decide you want to do this? To me, that's a fundamental question. If the ref is like, I find this fascinating and I'm the type of person who likes to make things safe. I'm a structure person. I'm a regulation person. I'm an organization person. You're the guy we want. But a lot of these refs wouldn't it be cool to be on TV? Not a lot. Some amount of refs
you're a fan of fights and you get the best seat in the house.
You're a fan.
Yeah. But I'm a fan of.
But like the thing is though, that's a scary thing a lot of people don't realize about these athletic commissions. A lot of the staff are just really big fans.
Yeah.
The judges and other people, like I can say a little bit more now because I can't get in trouble now, but like some of these people, they're just fans and they maybe shouldn't have any business around the sport.
Yeah, for sure. And fandom, so passion, love of something. I mean, Doc, you love medicine, you love sports, it makes sense. But so what did that do? It's self-directed.
Oh, froze.
Here, I don't know. Sorry, I was frozen for a second. Doc, you love medicine, you love sports. So you self-directed your study towards things that you're interested in. But sometimes fandom isn't about that. You know, sometimes fandom is just about kind of being there. So, but by the time you get to this level, we've filtered out a lot of those refs. Fitch, not all of them, but a lot of them, you know?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you got to think about that too with the medical personnel that are covering, you know, working for some of these commissions. I mean, I looked once because there was a UFC fight when Macy Barber tore her ACL, and the doc went out there into the octagon and like did this not very textbook exam of the knee, and then you could hear him say in the mic, she has a small partial ACL tear. And I'm like, you don't know that someone's got a small partial ACL tear from doing this like
it feels a little
terrible
loose.
technique
Maybe
exam.
get a picture.
Maybe it's a little unstable. But he said it with such confidence.
Right. Oh.
And so I looked and for a lot of these commissions, I mean, you don't have to have any formal sports medicine training to be a ringside physician. I mean, you have to have had experience. You have to, you know, be in somewhat of a relative like, neurology.
You have to be an MD.
MD or a DO. Yeah. Okay. So like a doctor of osteopathic medicine, I believe, but you don't have to have a specific sports medicine subspecialty training. You could be a neurologist who's out there treating a, you know, compound femur fracture.
You could be an ear, nose, and throat specialist.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they've got a whole list of like what the specialties are, but it's hard. You know, when I watch sports now, I honestly find myself watching more as a medical provider than as a fan, because I mean, like it's hard because, you know, I'm not cheering for these guys to hurt each other or you know, submit somebody or knock somebody out. I watch it as, okay, you know, does this person look like they're hurt? What's going to happen to their knee here? What position's their shoulder in? If they start yelling and grabbing their elbow, why? You know, what might have happened here? What would I do? How would I react? So I it's hard for me to watch sports as a fan anymore.
Yeah, but you filter it through your expertise, passion, curiosity, and that's what you hope the best refs do. Like Big John and Herb and these guys, they are guys who are deeply connected to structure, organization.
Freezing on us again.
And we lost him.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah.
Is there a general sequence in terms of like, you know, so like baseball, you've got umps that are in the minor leagues, they work their way up, then they get to the majors. Is there a sort of hierarchy like that between like Bellator, LFA, UFC in terms of like where they start?
It's state to state because each state is allowed to form its own commission and run it however it sees fit.
Okay.
So it's going to be different.
So you can't really say that like the best refs are in one kind of sport or league versus the other. No,
that's a great question.
They can travel from state to state too, so they can get licensed in different states.
Yeah. So Doc, that's a really great question. What that sort of the next layer answer is, the fight shows are there is a commission that oversees it. The commissions hire the referees.
Okay.
So when LFA goes to San Jose, or Bellator goes to San Jose, or the UFC goes to San Jose, the San Jose commission is the one that hires the refs. The good commissions hire the good refs and the good judges.
I see.
Not all commissions are good. But there's a variety of what we consider good. I was in, 2 weeks ago, I was in Wyoming, Cheyenne, Wyoming. And there was this really great young commission there. And they were smart and they were innovative, but they haven't been around for a long time. So they won't necessarily, they're innovative in their structure and their rule set and all of these things. They've done a lot of great things, but because they haven't been around for as long, they won't have in their Rolodex, in their hiring procedures, access to all. So there's so many variables that will kind of create who's in the cage. And the lowest on that variable is the brand or the organization themselves. So whether you're LFA or you're Bellator or you're One Championship or whatever, it's the commission that will set that up. So if you want it to be, or if you, and I think it would be something that may happen in your life at some point, just as the amount I know you, that you might be a ringside physician at one point.
I'd love to. Yeah, you have to go through this whole process, and it'd be fun too.
Yeah. But that will happen through a commission hiring you, not the UFC hiring you or LFA.
Sure.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I have a few close friends in the Toronto, Ontario commission who are ringside doctors, and it's a fascinating.
John, the biggest thing, man, as I'm watching this, the breathing is what, as somebody who's never fought once in my life, the breathing part of, when you're down like this, I don't even know how I'd be able to breathe.
Nobody's going to explain this to you better than John Fitch. Nobody on earth is going to explain that to you better than John Fitch.
That's the idea.
I mean, look, your face is smothered and you're trying to,
Fitch,
how do you train that? How do you practice that? How do you
get put in a position over and over and over again?
It's just the reps of being in those.
Yeah. It's normal. You put yourself in adverse situations on a daily basis. Yep. And that's honestly one of the best ways to train, instead of just going live, 5 round, switch it up so that you are doing situational type stuff. You go 5 minutes, but you'll start in a position. You'll start in this position. One guy's trying to finish from the position. The other guy's trying to escape the position. That's
interesting. So that
to do it.
It's acclimatization, right? It's
well, you get more reps and you're less likely to be injured if you do things that way.
Interesting. That brings up a good, interesting question I have that you guys can both probably answer. So in a lot of sports, there's this thought between the value of practicing individual skills versus, mock events. So scrimmaging in basketball versus practicing bounce passes or going
to the such good stuff. Yeah.
Going to the driving range and just pounding balls versus playing a round of 18. And it's you'll find people in very extreme ends of that. Guys that never want to go to the driving range versus guys that'll spend hours just pounding drivers.
Yeah.
Is it similar in
So let me set up John. Let me set up John Fitch with this. John's comes from a gym where everybody, literally all of them were champions. And they have a reputation for training harder in real life scrimmage environments than any other gym. It's a reputation, may be somewhat accurate, but it's at least somewhat accurate. John.
At least for a time. Yeah. So a big part of it is where not everybody's the same. So your skill sets are going to be important. Where's the person's skill set? If a person can't throw a jab for crap, you can't have them do drills that use a jab. You know, you've got to put him on the bag. You got to put him on mitts. You got to get him dialed in enough to where he's competent enough to move forward to the next stage of practice, right? You go from that into singular techniques with a partner. Then you'll go into light pressure. Then you'll go into light sparring. And then after you've done some light sparring for a while and you look competent and you're not getting hurt and you're not screwing up and you throw punches in the correct way, then you'll be allowed to step in and do some hard minutes in the ring. But like, not everybody's got a good team or good coaches, and you'll see a lot of guys just get thrown into the ring to spar first day. Or some guys will choose not to do certain things, but I think those are the ones that don't excel. Like there's plenty of guys that just want to spar. They just want to spar. Yeah. They want to hit the bag. They want to hit mitts. They want to do big, loud, noisy, showy things, and that's it. And they never really go anywhere.
So one thing I want to add to that is like both have to happen in fighting. For one thing, the fight itself is like a psychologically altered environment. It's a super high pressure environment, and it is dynamic. So if I'm fighting John Fitch, it's not the same as fighting somebody else. It has the environment of making combat happen and the danger that comes with it makes that different than hitting a bag or, you know, kicking something. The acclimatization to the reality of the threat of fighting is in and of itself so powerful that any other thing won't simulate it enough. So and that's different than a golf ball or hitting a fastball or anything. John Fitch is trying to punch me in the face, and that changes my entire experience. So a lot of that has to happen. It just does. Because otherwise we make you the greatest martial artist in the world, but in the actual environment of fighting, John Fitch has, 18 years of fighting. You have 6 minutes of ever sparring, you're going to get killed. So there's a certain amount of, and I always use this to kind of describe it. Like when I started doing my job, that my 9, which is a very small amount, but my 9 pro fights were key for me understanding what fighting is, because at least 90% of the real information is only available within the experience itself. So the experience has to be happening because there's no way to simulate it. There's no way to explain it. I don't have children. John has children. When John didn't have children, everyone he ever met with children said, dude, your whole life is going to change in ways you can't imagine. And he was like, oh yeah, no, I know. And then then he had children and you were like, oh shit, I had no idea. Fighting's kind of like that. It doesn't matter what you do physically or technically, the fight itself is so much different than you think it will be that you have to do it to and it isn't just live sparring, it's actually fighting. It's huge. John, how did I do explaining that? How did I do it?
Completely correct. Yeah. It's a huge jump between sparring and fighting. It's nowhere near the same. That's why you have some guys who are gym heroes. They're awesome every day in the gym, but like they go out and they can't fight.
Yeah.
It's like medicine, actually. When you describe it that way, I can read all the textbooks, read all the research papers, do everything in terms of having all that knowledge. But until you're there seeing someone in your office and you got a hands-on evaluate their ankle injury, that's why that experience is
for sure. Imagine, how much surgery have you done? Is that something you do as part of? Oh, sorry. As part of your type of medicine, do you do much, or have you done much surgery? Where you're cutting people open?
We don't do any surgery. We do ultrasound guided procedures though. So that's actually what I was doing all day today is, any sort of joint injection, basically diagnostic stuff with ultrasound. So, looking at rotator cuff tears, Achilles tendinopathy. That's one of the most exciting parts of sports medicine is the role that ultrasound is starting to develop. So we can diagnose a rotator cuff tear pretty much just as good with an ultrasound in the skilled hands of somebody with experience compared to an MRI. Now, you're never going to have a surgeon operate without the MRI, but you know, they're in the office in the hands of a skilled operator. An ultrasound is a really valuable tool.
But doing it is nothing like reading about it or talking about it or thinking about it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you got to hand on the probe, hands on the patient, just getting in the reps. Everybody's different. Everything's unique. So yeah, it's.
Yep. So John Fitch is going to have to leave us, Doc.
Yep. I got to get going.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, it's great meeting you.
It's good meeting you too, Brian.
John, I'll make sure to get you guys in touch with each other because I think you guys probably love to chat in the future. John has a podcast. Sure. Brian has a big YouTube channel, so you guys should stay in touch. But Doc, hang out with me for another fight, and let's chat.
For sure.
We'll say goodbye to the great John Fitch. And John, man, like, thanks for hanging, dude. It's really, we'll see you soon. Doctor who has spent your life, you know, your adult life studying medicine. Brain surgery to you, you still recognize that although you have done all this study, whatever you know about brain surgery is different than what a brain surgeon knows, correct?
Oh, 100%. I know enough to understand how difficult brain surgery is.
Exactly.
But I don't know anything about, and even when you get into, you know, neurosurgeons, there are so many subspecialties of neurosurgeons. There's guys that are doing specifically, you know, like blood vessels within the brain types of interventions. There's guys doing skull base. There's guys doing, you know, ENT, and then they do neurosurgery, and they're doing these crazy facial procedures that are just unreal that would even exist. Everything in medicine is so darn specialized. I mean, it's
constantly changing, right?
Yeah, it's constantly changing, which is good and bad. It's good that we're developing so much new stuff, but it's also hard to keep on top of this stuff. Like the mushrooms, like I've never come across that at all, but yet there's people who really do embrace that and support it.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's a really strange time to develop expertise because we live in a world where literally a very large percentage of people don't know what expertise is and actually don't understand that if they were to study something for 10 years, they would know more than they do today.
Yeah.
So therefore they don't know what you might know or I might know by doing that.
Yeah. You know? And you also, I think it's really important. You have to know what you know just as importantly as you know what you don't know.
For sure.
Because if you know, I have to know within sports what I understand well, what I'm good at versus what I don't, so that I don't, you know, put someone in a bad situation and I can instead refer to somebody who does know that. So I think that's one of the most important skills when I see, you know, like young medical students, young interns starting off, like asking what's important for my career. You got to know when you don't know. You got to know when to say I don't know, and then how to find the answer is the key.
Yeah, I told you about my friend Dr. Stu McGill. I'll send you his name again. There's a ton of books that he's written, and there's a lot of university sort of spine biomechanics courses that his books are reading material. But I asked him to sort of contribute to something on a big piece I was doing for Sports Center. And he was like, nah, it's outside of my, and it was, sorry, I lost you there. Literally somebody, I'm back. Somebody said, Robin, get the kids off the Wi-Fi. I don't have kids yet. And I think my Wi-Fi is good, but yeah, he was like,
so
you know,
just didn't know and couldn't really.
And you know, this is the highest level of specialized, you know, sports performance neurology doctor. And it was just something underneath his area of specialty. And it was like, it's outside of, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. But say that to, in a world where people are consuming your YouTube channel or your Instagram or whatever, and they see that as a negative, but that's a positive.
Yeah. Well, I learned that's how we met and kind of started talking, was what happened with the Israel, as I've now learned, Adesanya fight. And, thinking, gosh, I know a little bit about this. I think I can contribute. And then you realize you don't know anything compared to the people who truly have devoted so much time and energy to it. And, you learn and you move on and you do better next time. But
of course,
people, the general public, I don't think realizes as much how specialized things are. They see doctor and they think doctor does everything, and doesn't realize there's, surgeon, not surgeon. There's heart doctor, lung doctor, and it just gets more and more specialized.
But it's all contextual. A doctor is a specialist. A doctor is somebody who is specialized in medicine for a decade of their life. But compared to a specialist of some weird endocrinology results of a specific thing that is studied by segmenting a little thing, all of a sudden you're actually a generalist compared to that. And that's a wild, wild thought. It's like the relationship between simplicity and complexity. What you do is very complex. Yet in compared to, when you take the segment of it, it's way more complex for somebody else who has studied only that segment. It's really fascinating, actually, how we learn and what we learn. The problem with it, I think, societally, is that we infer that to mean don't trust science, don't trust doctors. They can be wrong. Of course, a doctor can be wrong. A martial artist 100%. Can be wrong.
Yeah.
Of course, a scientist can be wrong. But people use that as evidence of failure, when in fact being wrong is an important part of the scientific method.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I've tried to embrace that. You've got to learn, you got to know when you're wrong, you got to admit when you're wrong. And, I'll be the first to admit when I'm wrong, but then when you're wrong, it's a learning experience. It's almost good. You don't know what you don't know until you make those mistakes and then can kind of learn more. So,
yeah, it's also different in real life as a doctor, a martial arts analyst, whatever it is we do, and YouTube and entertainment space and all of those things, the way people behave and you and I talked about this before, and I think some of our viewers right now are interested in this. It's like, you're a doctor. That's what you do. That's your practice. That is your world. Doing stuff as sharing information on the internet is completely different than being a medical doctor,
Right.
Because the audience is different. The purpose is different.
One of my biggest, it's not really fair to call it a pet peeve, but something I did the other day ended up on, there's the Pat McAfee show. It's a football show here in the States. And
I know it.
And it was great. He was really nice. It was a funny thing, but he described me as a YouTube doctor. And it's like, no, I'm not a YouTube doctor. I'm a doctor.
You are a YouTube doctor, but
but I'm a doctor who's on YouTube. Yeah, I'm a doctor who's on YouTube, not a just fake, phony, YouTube doctor. Right. Yeah, people forget. Yeah. I've got a 7 to 5 job. I see patients. I've got to follow up on stuff. Yeah. I mean, and something will happen during the day on some news, and they're like, "Doc, where's the video?" I'm like, "I'm at work." This is, I got to do other things, but
that's so crazy. Yeah, but the truth is, you are a doctor who is on YouTube. So
I'm a YouTube, whatever.
But it's also true. It's like by just the phrasing changes that. I mean, Oprah's doctors, the doctors or Dr. Oz, they are doctors, but they have become. It's a wild thing. You have changed nothing by starting a YouTube channel. You're exactly the same doctor as you were. Nothing has changed. Your education hasn't changed. Your job hasn't changed. Yeah, it's wild.
You just, you want the credibility. If somebody described you as a YouTube commentator, that really kind of belittles what you do. You're a commentator who goes on to YouTube.
That's right.
And it's potatoes, but it's fine. You got to learn pretty early on that when you're interacting with that community, it's such a different mindset. I mean, the faces I make in my thumbnails, the headlines on them, like that's not how I am in clinic. It's just the way you kind of have to adapt how you are with different audiences.
Yeah, and all of that, those things happen like parallel to each other. You continue to be a doctor in clinic and real life, and you continue to do that. Yeah, and ideally, for me, at least now that I've been able to do this for a long time, they have blended well. You know, my study of martial arts connects to the way I share it, which connects to my study of martial arts. But that takes a while. They are independent things that later connect. Yeah, it's a fascinating trip. This is all very 2020, what we're talking about. This is very, very
That's
modern.
right. There's not a fight going on yet.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
One of the biggest strengths, I think, of important communication skills is that ability to adapt to who you're talking to. You know, like when I'm talking to John as somebody with his experience and his background and his knowledge, I got to know that, and I got to kind of change the way I talk to him compared to if I'm talking to some surgery colleague down the hallway. Same with you, you know, when you're talking to someone like me who maybe doesn't understand the fight world as much versus if you're talking to some corporate boss at, you know, some network who wants to know about broadcasting and numbers. And so you gotta be able, and people could see that as a negative, like, well, you're changing who you are. You're different. No, you're not different.
I'm communicating. Yeah.
You're communicating. Right. Because if somebody doesn't receive what you're communicating to them, it's ineffective. And so you've got to, you know, when I talk to a patient, it's different than talking to a coach versus talking to a fighter versus talking to my YouTube audience, you know?
That's right. That's right. Because, yeah, you're right. Whatever it is I'm trying to offer, infer, educate, entertain, whatever it is of no value if it isn't in a way that's useful to you.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really, really, these are very modern sort of ideas and very kind of modern kind of things, but really interesting things, you know.
Is my stream synced up with yours? Are they just doing their walkouts now, like introductions?
So I have Jason Jackson, he's wearing a green, I guess. What flag is that? Jamaica?
Flag.
Jamaica.
Yeah.
Jamaica.
Okay. We're synced up. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Nice.
Are you on DAZN?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So
yes,
I'm on
I am.
DAZN. Yeah. So I think
it was nice.
Yeah. So there's Jason's face, right? Do you see him? And so we're the same. DAZN Canada might be a little off, but yeah, this kid is really good. So it's an interesting thing when you look at just movement itself. He moves in irregular ways, and all movement is irregular. But if you and I train all the time, and we have 7 or 8 training partners, and all of us do something that's predictable. So when I do a thing, you do a thing, it becomes predictable, and we play these little battle games to beat those situations. Mm-hmm. Jason behaves differently. So rather than engaging in the obvious little, you know, micro battles, Jason behaves in unpredictable ways. And it's a really, I always say this simply, different is hard. So if the guy you're fighting is different than your training partners, that's really difficult to deal with. Do you play chess?
I know how, but I'm not good at it.
Yeah, same. But the pieces move in ways that you know. So the chessboard, you know, you may not know what I'm going to do, but you know what I can do.
Right.
Jason moves his chess pieces in ways that break the predictable, and that is very difficult.
Is that intentional, or is it more just reacting on instinct?
It's a really good question. I think it.
Like, is he intentionally knowing he's doing it different?
No, I at their best, an athlete like this. Oh, mine is my DAZN is frozen. At their best, an athlete like this is being honest with themselves. So this is how they like to move. This is how they like to behave. This is how they express fighting. And so the guys who do it the best, the guys who are the most different, which is hard, are the guys who just do it naturally. But you know, it's like when you get into the little details of it, when you know, if we listen to a blues guitar player, we will hear his life experience in the notes. The notes are the same, but for some reason, when that guy plays it, it's a little different. That's where it's the most honest, you know, and that's where a guy like this is no longer just running plays. So are you at 457, 456, 455? Or sorry,
444.
443, perfect.
Yep.
They're the same.
Yeah,
so Jason is the guy in the blue pushing forward. And and so at its best, he's just doing what is natural for him. The fighters at this level, hopefully, are no longer just running plays. You know what I mean?
They're game planning, they're scheming. It's
it's a feedback loop. I do a thing, I get more information, I start to adapt.
Yep.
And ideally, they're doing it sort of subconscious thought.
Yeah. It's just, it kind of becomes instinct rather, like you've developed the pathways to allow you to instinctually react.
Yes, very nice. Nobody hits a baseball thinking about, oh, he's throwing a curveball.
Right. Bring the arms down, swing it across, rotate.
Exactly. And ideally, that's the same thing. We're not sitting there going, oh, wait, he's faking a left hand. There's, you know, have you ever read, what's it called? Thinking Fast and Slow? Have you heard of this?
I've heard of it, but I've heard about it. But I haven't read it.
Phenomenal book. These two guys who sort of studied kind of thought, kind of categorized thinking into two different ways. They called it, you know, procedure 1 and procedure 2 or whatever. But if I say to you, what's 2 + 2, you say
4.
And if I say what's 127 times 37, you say, hold on, I'll do the process. I'll do the work. Those two things are very different, right? Those two mental processes are very different. We want our fighter to be 2 + 2 is 4, 3 × 3 is 9, you know, A, B, C, do, re, mi. Like we want that to be happening here, right? And that to naturally be updating our program and our algorithms until the end, where we go into the back, we can't believe what it felt like, and then we start to interpret it after. It sounds crazy, but that's what it feels like when you're fighting.
You know, that makes sense though, and that seems like that's probably what distinguishes the more skilled, more successful fighters, because at the end of the day, everyone's at the mercy of biology. You can't speed up the rate at which those axons conduct action potentials from your motor cortex down to the muscle. Can
we though? Like what if we
I mean, you're talking on the order of like such small things that functionally no. And in the sense of a punch is coming, turn your head.
Yeah, there are such biological limitations that what we're hoping to do is get you so good that we get you to the limit of the biological limitations.
Right. For the most part, so-and-so's axon is the same as so-and-so's axon. It's the distribution, it's the coordination of those, it's how they've developed those pathways. But at the end of the day, you can only react so fast to something coming at you, you know?
Right. Yes, right. There are, and even if we could improve it by 0.01%, there's a limitation to what we could improve, and the improvement might be irrelevant.
Right.
So, you know George St. Pierre, right? You know who, you know, so George is a friend, and I've trained with him a lot, and he would do the craziest things. And part of this is psychological, where he would literally, at the end of training, he'd try to find some other things he could do to somehow improve himself. And I remember training with him, and he was like, Robin, do this with me. And we're in front of a mirror, and he's sticking out his tongue as far as possible and trying to make his eyes turn sideways, because somewhere in his life, he had studied that his peripheral vision could be improved by 1% or 2% if you practice this for some amount of time. Now, whether that's true or not, the act of doing it gave him the feeling that he was doing everything he could do. And that in and of itself had value, right?
Yeah.
But but at that level, that's what these guys are doing. So let me tell you this story. EA Sports, when they were doing the EA UFC 3 game, they brought me in to teach their programmers about how striking worked in real time, which was super cool. You're around brilliant people and sharing really neat ideas, and they're so smart, and the environment was so stimulating. And so I talked to them about sort of how a particular movement, let me try to think about how I did this. I talked to them about basically the idea that as we were gaining information, if you were falling behind ever so slightly in the information that I was pushing at you, so I'm offering all these things, your brain is trying to interpret it, my brain is interpreting that, and the guy who falls behind starts to get into danger of being caught, right? Mm-hmm. That it is it's a game thing.
I think I just lost your. Nope, still muted.
Think we might be back?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, okay.
You're back.
Yeah, the AirPods die. So I shared that idea with them about the brain kind of falling behind as we keep pushing it, sort of stressing the CPU of processing it. And they're like, well, in the way we do it in the game is the individual falls behind a frame or two. So we move, the action happens, and the two players, somebody falls behind a frame or two, and that happens. And it was almost a digitization of what's happening neurologically. It was really, really, really fascinating. Yeah, it was really fascinating, which helped me, that model helped me understand it more. Because that was a model, it was a digital model of what we're doing. If you and I are doing something and I start to overload you and your brain is trying to keep up, as your brain is telling your body how to behave in certain situations, trying to download all of the information, eventually I get you to fall behind. And their digital interpretation of it was, you fall behind a frame or two frames, and I started to think of it that way. Where
that's a good analogy.
Yeah, it was really neat. Like, it was a really interesting thing where you start crossing paradigms enough that you understand that, like, you help each other understand it. It was really, but that's also why I love talking to a doctor or talking to a psychologist or talking to a coach. You see these different perspectives in these different ways,
Yeah.
I also sound crazy sometimes when I get all worked up and I.
You've got me thinking now if you can actually speed up conduction of action potentials. I don't think. I mean, so there's differences. So I don't know. I don't want to get too like minutia here into the biology, but essentially you've got a cell in the motor cortex in the brain, axon that runs down to connect on your cell in the spinal cord, leaves the spinal cord, goes to the muscle.
Yeah.
Those nerves can be either myelinated or unmyelinated. So the myelinated ones have sort of this this almost like insulation around the wire, so to speak.
Conductivity.
Yeah. So the way that those myelinated nerves conduct that electrical signal to get wherever it's going, it basically hops when there's myelin. So you've got these little like donuts of myelin around the nerve, and at the space in between is where the signal goes. And so the nerves that have myelin are faster than the ones that don't have myelin. And so one of the things you get into in terms of how
and why is myelin created?
So myelin is created. So there's specific cells, they're called oligodendrocytes, that I believe. This is like really minutiae neurology, biology type of stuff.
I like
so
it.
It depends on the type of nerve. And so, for example, like your pain fibers, like the small neurons that kind of conduct pain signal, I don't believe have myelin on them. And so they're a little bit slower kind of compared to the others, like the big motor nerves that run through the body have myelin. Multiple sclerosis is a condition where you lose that myelination. And so when you lose the myelin around the nerve can't conduct the electricity, the nerve sort of fizzles out. I don't know how the body determines like which nerves go where to get the myelin or not get the myelin, to be totally honest.
But now we
there
got
are
to look
specific,
at that.
yeah, but there's specific diseases where people have abnormalities in that myelin, and so their nerves don't conduct.
Okay, so
well.
If we remove this right back and we just go to try to find this answer, I'm a 33-year-old fastball hitter, and I'm my 13-year-old self. What have I changed in my neurology to hit that fastball, to see the ball slower, to experience that different?
Yeah, you've developed more of these neural pathways in the brain communicating between all these centers. So in kind of rough terms, you've got the sensory input coming in. We call it afferent with an A. Sensory input coming in. It's coming into your occipital lobe, going into the kind of oculomotor region. You've got those signals have to travel into the eye, optic nerve, back to the occipital lobe of the brain. That signal has to then shoot ahead. Right. Get processed, interpret, what is this? Is this a bird? Is this a brick? Is this a book? Is it moving? It's moving in real time. So that's got to get back there. It's got to then go to your motor planning region and say, okay, this is coming. What sequence do I need to do?
And so
as you get then it's got to go down to the spinal cord, and then it's got to leave and go out. Now,
into the action.
Once it fires in the brain, it's essentially gone. So once that signal in the brain says go, it's gone. It's basically like you've turned on a light switch, you're sending electricity down the wire, and it goes. All the planning is happening in the brain.
We created an engram, correct? That's what we call that.
An engram? I don't know what that.
ENGRAM. That's what Dr. That's what Dr. Engram, which is a pre-programmed neurological response. Engram definition, and I know that. Engram, a hypothetical permanent change in the brain accounting for the existence of memory. Now that engram is actually also a term that Scientologists use, but so it's not that one. But Dr. Stu McGill, who is a professor of spine biomechanics, he called it an engram, where we program a response that happens automatically when a stimulus is interpreted. Right. So a stimulus comes in, that stimulus starts a mechanism that we have spent a lifetime programming. That's what he called an engram.
Reflexes. Yep. They're just these reflex pathways.
Or reflex loop. Is that an accurate term? Yeah.
Yeah, because it really is. It's a loop. It's you get the signal in, then you can loop it, and it goes back out to
we
whatever.
We skip steps through. So I go all of the procedures you talked about. And instead, I go from I to action, more or less, right? That's probably
more or less.
Very
you don't have to have all that planning developed, because your neurons have basically become more efficient. It's almost like built-in machine learning, so to speak.
So cool.
Yeah.
Think about it, like the fact that we teach ourselves to do that. It's fascinating. There was something that you just said, and then the action of doing that. If we're relaxed, if we're in a state where we're allowing ourselves to do it, it almost feels like it's happening by itself. Yeah. And that's where these guys are. And that's back to our original point. That's back to our original point. Jason right now, that at his best, is sort of almost, on one level, he's very present. On another level, he's almost watching himself do this.
He's the guy on top here, right?
Yeah, he's the guy on top. And the guy on the bottom, Benson Henderson, was a UFC champion at 155 pounds. He's a genius. He is one of the true greats. But Jason tonight is elevating his game, and he is just, everything is going right. Like he's in the rare occasion where he will look back at this as now there's 3 minutes left and things can change, but this will be the greatest performance of his life.
Huh.
Assuming that, and that it's also one of the great things and one of the reasons, that we love sport and competition is that could suddenly change. And history won't remember this conversation. History would remember that the other guy landed a big punch, at 4 minutes in the third round.
Right.
Yeah, such an interesting thing when you were talking about, like, can we actually
speed up?
Yeah, the best hitter at 27. So, and this is a really interesting thing, like that. So again, George St. He heard him. George St. Pierre was talking about this when he was. George was very, very anti-performance enhancing drugs, and when he was around doctors that he, kind of like researched it with, they talked about how certain performance enhancing drugs in baseball was where they had studied it, actually affected mental performance, the speed at which you experience the game. I don't know again, like how, factual that is or how theoretical that is, but there are people who believe a certain amount of that. And I mean, if you think about it, I don't know testosterone's involvement in how we see and process things like performance, but it's at least something that theoretically could be part of it. But these,
the brain's fascinating. In part of my residency training, we do we take care of patients with like strokes and spinal cord injuries. That's like the rehabilitation side of like the physical medicine and rehab. Yeah. And so you talk about neuroplasticity. I mean, someone who's had a section of their brain cut out from a tumor or had a big stroke and can't use their arm, and then they develop these other areas of the brain that sort of get that plasticity and kind of take over and form new pathways, and then over the months they can move their arm again. I mean, it's fascinating. But we know that the training, the reps, reinforcing that circuitry helps to lay down that foundation and establish that circuitry.
In 40 years, 80 years, 200 years, we'll look back at what we know about the brain today as such a primitive understanding.
Oh yeah,
right?
We'll laugh about it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it really is wild. I think of that for most things. Whatever we're developing expertise in, the only way we'll continue to get better is with a real, like, ruthless recognition of how little we know now.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, look at medicine. 100 years ago, we thought it was good to like use cocaine and drink mercury. I mean, like there's so many things that I'm sure we're going to look back on in 50 years, like cancer treatment, and just be like, we did what? We gave people chemotherapy and like poisoned them. Like now we've got some new genetic modified viral thing that, we're going to look back and feel like a lot of the stuff we were doing now is barbaric.
I see the odd sort of meme pop up on Facebook or whatever, where people will point these things out and say, see, you can't trust science. But the whole reason we know that those things were wrong is the continued application of the scientific method.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's the nature of it. Yeah.
It's a really, really, we're at a strange time, and like people trying to kind of make sense of the world around them, There's, I think Coach is coming back. Look at this.
Nice.
Coach.
There we go. And he's gone.
Yeah. And he's gone.
I took while we're talking about all this, one of my classes, so I have a master's degree in biomedical engineering, and one of my courses was called Brain Machine Interfaces. And it was kind of as cool as it sounds. Basically, how do we develop these technology interfaces between what the electrical activity in our brain is doing and some sort of like machine, some sort of function. You're back. What's up?
Coach, Coach, Dr. Brian, tell Coach exactly what you were thinking. You guys chat. I'm going to go use the men's room. But Coach, we're so happy you're back.
Thank you.
We were talking about like brain plasticity and like neurology type stuff with like brain cells. And I was talking about, before medical school, I got a degree in biomedical engineering and took a course called brain machine interfaces, where it's like mind control stuff, where you basically, put this big fancy headset on and like drive a car around a maze, just like based on your thoughts. And it sounds super cool, super interesting, but what people don't really realize is all you're doing is recognizing patterns. So whenever your brain thinks something, whether it's, throw a jab, throw a kick, pick up a table, whatever it is, you have this unique electrical firing pattern in the cells in your brain. And if you can consistently do that same thought process enough, you can develop a consistent enough electrical signal that a sensor can recognize it and then say, okay, do this. So I can put a headset on my head and I can think about jumping down from a tree branch. And if I consistently do that enough, I can program a motor to move an arm. So I can put this thing on and just think this thought. And then somewhere across the country, a motor moves and lifts up an object. And so when we talk about these people who are paralyzed and, are trying to do things, but they can't move their arms, we can just pick up that electrical activity from the brain, understand those patterns, and program a machine to do what we want it to do. It's cool. We sat there and drove a remote control car through a maze, just sitting in the corner of the room with a little headset on, just sitting there thinking.
Wow. That's interesting. That's some futuristic type Terminator type things. But I can see how crazy. It would definitely help guys that are that need it.
Yeah, for sure.
For paralyzation, but for now, I'm still on. I'm wondering how we could use that for MMA. How would that transfer?
I think we're gonna, we're learning more and more about just like how all these pathways interact. Like they can do these things they call functional MRIs, where they put people in an MRI scanner and they have them think a certain thought or do a certain activity, and you can see in the brain where stuff lights up. And so if you can better identify in the brain what structure of the brain is responsible for, the fear center or for reaction time, then at least kind of where to look a little bit more to kind of channel your efforts. And so we can identify exactly in the brain where the fear center is, emotion, anger, happiness, laughter, vision, sensation, to plan out all these specific little areas. And so I think just as we understand it better, we'll understand how to adapt it more to where guys can maybe look at their brain and say, okay, here's where my brain is strong, or here's where I have a deficient area. What can I do to train that area to kind of build up those connections in that region of the brain?
Awesome. Like that halo. I have my fighters use that halo at Neural Force One. You put on that halo and it like activates your brain. You can learn like 20 to 25% faster. I don't know if that's related, but hey, Robin, yeah. I have a question. Because I'm watching this final fight, obviously because it's $1 million on the line, and Patricia Pitbull is his potential opponent in the finals. I was wondering, are you guys? But I'm watching it on my phone on the Zone. How do we watch it and stay with you?
I think we lost him. Oh, there he is.
Guys, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you. How can we watch the show and talk to you? Because I'm using my phone right now to talk to you guys, and I'm also watching the Zone at the same time. And I don't think it lets me do it at the same time. It pauses when I try to speak to you.
And he's gone again. I don't know. I'm on my computer for the stream, and then I've got my phone up.
Dang. You know what we can do? Hey, Yo, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Can you pull up Bellator on here so I can? I'm doing a podcast and watching the fights. It's called The Zone. The Zone or TheZone.com. It's an app, but maybe it's a. I wonder, can you just go to TheZone.com or do you have to download the app?
I think you can just go to the website. It's also on CBS Sports Network if you have that.
Sorry, guys.
We tried to, but I don't have CBS Sports Network today, so I'm
Uh-oh.
watching it on The Zone.
You got The Zone, Coach?
Yeah, I have The Zone, but I'm using it on my phone, and I'm also on the phone with you, so I can't do both. I'm trying to pull it up on the computer right now.
So for people watching at home, and Doc, the 145-pound champion is Patricio Pitbull. Coach is the champ. And the winner of this fight will.
So this is a big fight.
Yeah.
From my point of view, it's a huge fight because we get to see who Patricio is going to fight in the finals after he wins in the semis. So it's an extremely important fight. It involves a lot of money, that $1 million. So and a chance to say that Patricio Pitbull's the pound-for-pound best fighter on the planet.
Yeah, Doc. The winner of the tournament wins $1 million, and all the way along, Patricio, and this is really rare in sports. Patricio defends his belt all the way along. Which is really, and he has been, and he's looked unbelievable all the way along too. But Coach, Sanchez looked real good. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah. Say that again.
Sanchez looked good.
Yeah, he did look good. He took out Weichel pretty handily.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm logging into The Zone.
Coach, where are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in Arizona.
And where's Patricio? Is he with you? Oh, he just muted himself, I think. Coach, you muted yourself. I don't know if you know that. I'll try to unmute you. There we go. Yeah, Coach, you're good. You're good.
Hey, Robin, I think I might have to head out here. I lost track of time and forgot how late. I didn't see how late it is.
Well,
this has been too much fun.
Yeah, Dr. Brian. Everybody watching, Dr. Brian Sutterer on YouTube. He's got a really big YouTube channel looking at all types of sports, but he's been looking at MMA as well, amongst all the things he does. Doc, it's really been fun hanging with you. Really cool stuff. I hope we get to do it again.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm trying to just teach people. So if people want to learn about the body, learn about what's going on, then yeah, go check out the page. But yeah, enjoy the rest of the night here. I'm gonna go grab some dinner and spend some time with the wife.
Okay. Well, tell her we said hi and enjoy the night, my friend.
Nice talking to you, Doc.
See ya. Yeah, you too. Good meeting you.
You too.
Take care. Coach, it's you and me.
It's you and I. We can't watch it from you. There's no way for you to.
I mean, I can show you a little bit of it, but if I do too much, I'll get in a lot of trouble. But I'll show you a couple of key moments.
It hasn't started yet, though, has it?
No, it hasn't.
Okay.
So what's your thoughts? Like, is AJ as good as people think?
Well, we're gonna find out tonight. I think they already know the answer because those guys have trained together.
Yeah. And what do you think? What's your instinct tell you?
My instinct says that Darion Caldwell is a national champ, knows how to win tournaments, experienced, and at 145 he's even more dangerous because he's not drained from making weight because he's a big 35-pounder. So there's a reason why I wanted to send him over to the other side.
Right. Because it's dangerous.
Not because I didn't think we could beat him, because I thought he could beat everybody on that other side, and we sent him over with the Young Bucks.
Smart.
The Young Bucks, and we know I'm not saying he's only one-dimensional, but he does rely a lot on his wrestling. So we were like, okay, let's send him over there. We know he's most likely going to be in the finals, and we start wrestling now. Because what most people try to do is try to learn wrestling in 8 weeks. You got to fight Khabib. Oh, now I got to train double my wrestling during camp. And
you dirty dog. You literally were like.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him in his ear during the tournament selection.
Yeah, very smart.
That we throw him over with the Young Bucks, and we focus on our wrestling, and then when we meet him in the finals, we're ready.
So smart, so smart. And what if AJ wins? And he could, right? Like AJ's dad pioneered the type of fighting that Caldwell does. He did,
right?
You know?
Yeah. So AJ knows, you know, but the thing that Darian's got is he's just really funky.
Yeah, he is.
And he's that's not easy to. I mean, he might have taught him stuff, but he can always go back to his funk. He knows how to win. He's an NCAA champion. He's a Bellator world champion. So, but he doesn't. He's not that much of a striker. I mean, if you lose, you're going to be on the ground, getting not laid and prayed, but maybe a submission. But you're not going to get. You're not going to get really hurt by him. So
let me ask you about that funk. The funkiness you're talking about is the off time, like off rhythm, takedowns, like him doing things in ways you don't expect. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, and just taking risks is a lot of his things. Finding a way to win, being able to scramble and end up on top. Those are things that Caldwell's real good at. The wolf.
Yeah. Caldwell's like one of these guys. Like, if you know, right? Like, and man, hearing you say you're like, we'll probably have to fight him. So put him over there. Let's have 8 months to beat him. 8 months to prepare to beat him because we respect him. In the meantime, let him take out all the kids. That's really smart, man. That's really smart.
I'm not.
It's devious too.
You guys forget I was a captain in the Army.
Right. Yeah. Art of war stuff.
War, baby. The art of war.
Yeah. No, it's smart, man. It's really smart. It's also cool. Like, by all means, reveal it now. It's irrelevant now. All you're doing is showing your smarts, and showing smarts, is powerful. So, it's really cool.
I told Darian that. I told Caldwell that first day, the day we did it. I think I have fun with Darian because I like him. But
I like him too. I do.
I know that too. Like if Patricio and him weren't competitors, they'd be hanging out. Just like most fighters. Just like most fighters, where we all come from blood, sweat, and tears. We come from a brutal sport, and we're all comrades. And just the fact when you're in the same weight, now we can't be friends. So with Caldwell, I knew him way before he was in Bellator and from wrestling. So I think it's funny how the Pitbull Brothers and him go at it.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously, I'm on the Pitbull Brothers side, but I told him, he's like, yeah, y'all scared me. And I was like,
yeah, he likes it too. He likes it too.
We're not scared. I sent you over there because I know you know how to win a tournament. And if the best guy over there doesn't train wrestling, he will lose to you.
It's a form of respect, anyways.
So now we get it's a form of respect and sort of knowing that those guys won't do enough to prepare for him. So now we get to fight a one-dimensional, not a guy that really relies on his wrestling.
And we get 9 months to prepare for his specific game. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been preparing for Caldwell since last week was really the first fight, but we had this fight back, months ago.
Bobby Stewart is like, you're an evil genius. He's like, dude, yeah, it's true. It's
I've been training
smart
specific techniques with Patricio for Caldwell since 14 months ago.
Yeah, smart.
And even though I knew I would say like, okay, we probably won't need to use this on Pedro, but we're gonna learn this anyway because we're preparing for the $1 million.
Yeah, that's right. Because
we've already prepared for the rematch, which was gonna be Sanchez or Weichel. We've already prepared for them, so there's not too much we have to learn. So now we get to focus. I just been focusing on that finals matchup since 14 months ago.
Yeah, that's big picture. Micro is the next fight. Macro is the future, right? Like you're dealing with the macro. You're dealing with the big. Yeah, smart. Yeah, I mean, you've gotten your respect as a coach, and people get it. But I like getting into your head a little bit, and it's like, shit, that is smart. When you see that as it starts to materialize, and you're months away from something you've been planning for 14 months, this is the art of war, right? This is the whole point of the art of war.
I got online just in time.
Oh yeah, you got it?
Yes.
Nice.
Don't ever doubt the captain.
No, I like your new glasses, man. I don't know if they're new, but I like them.
You didn't see my mask. I don't have them on. I don't have it on me, but it has pit bull. It's like glasses into a mask.
Cool.
Pit bull. Here we go.
Yeah, cool. Hold on. Is it starting?
Are they both southpaw? Wait.
Hold on. I can't get the live. Are they fighting?
Yeah.
I can't
15
get the live. Okay, hold on. I'll get the live now.
Ooh. He's in on the shot already.
Who? Caldwell?
Caldwell's in on the shot.
Oh my God!
Looks like he's gonna get taken down. He's throwing elbows.
Yeah, that's his thing. He's like, do your thing. I'll hurt you, and it's a real legit approach. What the hell?
Oh man,
so he's on his back.
Elbows.
Yeah.
So and he's throwing heels like Hoist Gracie onto the thigh.
Are you at 417, 416, 415?
409, 408.
Okay.
I could say that he looks a little bit more comfortable on the ground. He's locking up a guillotine or something. Yeah. Underneath too. Oh, it's real. He's got him. He tapped. Oh
my God. Oh shit.
I don't believe it.
That is so Caldwell can't fucking believe it either. Man, we gotta see that again.
What? It was like a cervical.
AJ does shit that like theoretically doesn't work. He's got a different body, he's got a different mindset. I gotta ask Bellator to send me that right now because I'm gonna break that down. Oh fuck.
It's showing it again.
My DAZN is fucking up. So describe it for me, please.
He's in I don't know what he was. For some reason, Caldwell was letting him go around and dip around his head, wrap around his neck.
Because he didn't know it was risky. That's the thing is that there's certain things that in theory are not a risk. But like,
I've never seen this move.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what this is. It's like you could tell it's a cervical, but he was like a rear naked choke, Darce choke from the.
Yeah, exactly.
But he didn't even have his neck.
No, but it's the rib cage. Yeah, it's a rib cage. Neck crank.
The neck crank.
Please, I'm texting Bellator right now. Please send that. I'll do a breakdown of that.
He's about to talk some smack now.
Oh yeah. So turn it up if you want. We can probably hear that. And I don't think. Man, what was that? A minute against like former champion?
Even think it was a minute.
Yeah.
Is he sponsored by Snickers?
No, he just loves Snickers and he wants to be sponsored. And maybe he is by now. I don't know.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's smart. The Snickers should be like, hey, we need to sponsor.
Of course, we need a sponsor. 17-0.
Or keep sponsoring, because when Patricio, or keep showing it, then when Patricio beats him, we get sponsored by Snickers.
Yeah, right. I'll tell him you said that.
Dang. It did look, I was just before he got that gi, and I was like, he looks real comfortable on the round. And Darren Caldwell did not like those elbows he was taking to the head.
No. Which I gotta, like, I need I'll tell Bellator I need the whole thing. Because the elbows probably set him up to the side for the choke.
For sure. He couldn't stay that low, so he got his head up, but he still left it. He moved his head up the chest.
Right.
So it's not on his waist anymore, but he moved it to the side as well. And he kept his head low, but just moved it up, which put him closer to his head to his armpit.
Mm-hmm. Right. Which allowed him, but it's a weird, like, it's like almost over like a Darce from guard. Like, we'll have to see it again, but
Well, it
it's
was definitely a neck crank, because he didn't have the neck wrapped with his hand.
Yeah, so
he went straight underneath the armpit, and then I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, the head is over here. Yeah, yeah, I think it's a neck crank. That's
how about
so
the
cool.
Check out that ref's mustache and mullet, and the mullet.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that guy's been rocking that combo all night.
1 minute 11.
1-1-1.
Hey, he finished Caldwell faster than Patricio finished pace.
Yep. Yeah, right.
A great competitor eliminated. We will see him back looking for that belt at 135 right now, this moment.
Let's see what he's got to say. He really doesn't. He can't. I mean, does he talk about Patricio? Does he talk about Sanchez?
Yeah. I think, well, it'll be Patricio. Yeah. 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 It'll be Patricio.
Was better than what you had it done in your career. And you said, John, this is not about wrestling. This is MMA. You said
that's a bit simplified, but I got it. I get the point.
Talk about when he did get you down, the first thing that was going through your mind.
As soon as we hit the ground, I immediately thought, all right, I know he's going to try to work elbows. He was real adamant on having his arms on the inside, so that told me he's looking to posture up, hit elbows. So I'm like, all right, control the arms a little bit, you know what I mean? And look for your elbows, hit him a little bit, show him some power, get him to open up, and then sink something in. So after that, he popped his head off to the side, and I locked up the body triangle. From there, underhook deep, and saw she broke.
So when we talk about that underhook at that 100% position that you went to with this crank on his neck, once you locked up that body triangle, did you know, oh, I'm putting a lot of pressure on him?
Yeah, I just knew. I don't know.
Yeah.
I play a lot of leverage, you know. You know me since I was a child, man. It's all about the angles. You know, you got to have the right angle, and you can make anything work.
And the body triangle. Wow.
Straight angle.
God, like, people are going to study that move.
Your next fight, you know, is not only for $1 million, not only for the featherweight Grand Prix title, it's also for the featherweight championship of the world. What does that mean to you?
Man, that's the beginning of the beginning, you know. Childhood dream. I wrote myself at 12 years old, $1 million check. So looking forward to cashing that in, conquer a world title, and then Patricio, even if you don't make it,
I mean, Coach, this kid's something. Like, you guys are gonna have to be ready and sharp.
On the new wave. Everybody, shout out to y'all for supporting. You know, I got to give all the glory to God, man. Upstairs, I wouldn't be talented as I am today without him. Of course, my father, my coach. Hit me on Instagram and follow the journey as I take over the game.
Well, I want to tell you, that was a beautiful performance. You just put yourself into the finals. 17-0. Congratulations. Back to you, Goldie. Hey, John, thank you. AJ McKee.
Yeah.
Months ago,
So we got to take that audio out so we don't get canceled, Coach. But it was worth hearing. And he did his own thing, you know. Like, he didn't he didn't concern himself with Patricio. He just like, hey man, I did this. This is about me, and like, you guys got to be ready for that kid.
Yeah, he's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Obviously, Patricio's jiu-jitsu is a lot better than that, but I think we'll see. You know, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
He's dangerous on his feet, but you know, Patricio's really unpredictable and really hard to figure out on his feet as well.
Mm-hmm.
Patricio hits hard.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
gonna be
Fight changing
that's a
impact.
huge that he's a huge challenge. I mean, let's not.
Yeah.
We can't beat around the bush. He's a huge challenge. I mean, he just impressed the heck out of me. I didn't think he was going to do that to Darion. So
yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
What do you think? February? Is that probably February, March?
Well,
yeah.
For the finals or for the semis?
Semis February against Sanchez.
Oh, well, we heard January. We don't know.
Oh, cool.
We've heard
That'd
January,
be great.
We've heard February.
Yeah.
Regardless,
let's say late January, early February. For Sanchez.
We will be ready. As
Yeah.
of right now, I'm in Arizona, but actually, we're fighting Magomedov.
Oh, nice.
Peter Yan.
Yeah.
So he's debuting in Bellator on December 10th, and we are my fighter Mateos, the Tiger King. The Tiger King Matos is fighting Magomed the Tiger Magomedov.
Sounds like a good one.
What do you think? Should we go with Tiger King or Mateos Exotic, like Joe Exotic?
I like them both. Or Tiger King, AKA. That's cool. Use them both. Just phrase them all together.
Tiger King, AKA Mateos Exotic.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
He's actually coming to Arizona for the last 2 weeks of camp. It's brutal that flight, you know, from Brazil.
Yeah.
They come from a northeastern town of Brazil, so it's actually you have to take a flight, and then you usually have anywhere from a 6 to 8 hour layover in the airport.
Wow.
Because the first flight, the next flight out of is a night flight out of Sao Paulo, and then you fly to probably Atlanta. You got another layover, and then you got to fly to either Newark, which was a 3 hour drive, or then Hartford, which is a 1 hour drive.
Yeah, I know it.
It's a long flight.
It's a tough one.
You know, with a 6 day, you get there and you only got 3-4 days to recuperate from that jet lag. So he's coming out here early. He's coming out to Arizona.
Smart.
We're gonna have him here at Fight Ready, and let me think. Hold on.
Let me ask you this. Sorry to interrupt, but
go ahead.
You're getting ready for Emmanuel Sanchez, but also in the future, there's this kid. How do you balance those two things in preparation?
Well, now that it's not Caldwell, I won't say the wrestling is not. We're not worried about as much wrestling as we were as if it was Caldwell. So now we're talking about a stand-up game. We're probably talking about a full MMA game, but we don't have to really focus on just the one-dimensional. So now we focus a lot on strategies and tactics. We watch his film. We watch his longest fight. To get the most out of it. And obviously, when somebody's that young, they change from fight to fight.
Mm-hmm.
It's 100. It could be almost 180 degrees from one fight to the next. I mean, look at today. He's submitting. Go to the first round. He's doing a head kick. So, for somebody like him, you do the best by scouting and watching his longest fights and how he's finishing guys like in jiu-jitsu, and then we worry about our game. He's got to worry about his combat athlete of all time.
That's right. That's right.
He's got to worry about why is he the winningest fighter of all time.
You take that information into account, but you also know he'll be changing. but your guy will be changing, and he has to solve your guy. That's a big, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and Patricio Pitbull's a tough. Nobody's had. He's been world champion since 2015. Not too many people have figured out that puzzle yet. So and to tell you the truth, Patricio's the same way. Patricio is also is much different than he was the first time we were going to fight Pedro.
For sure.
I could say that Patricio Pitbull is probably the best he's ever been now in this moment. He's never been the fight IQ, his experience, his wisdom, his knowing how to train, knowing how to recover, his timing,
comfort,
his accuracy, just all of that is just at the highest it's ever been. And a lot of times you can only get that through experience. And so for sure, AJ McKee will be a champ one day, but just not right now.
That's right. I was just gonna say, if I'm you, I'm like AJ McKee will be a champ one day, but not today.
And not today.
Yeah.
So
well,
we'll be thinking about we're preparing for him, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Well, man, thank you for hanging. Like it was a real pleasure, and we had a fun time tonight. And I want to thank everybody who's been hanging on this stream all night long, and all the guests. But Coach, it's a pleasure every time I get to pick your brain. I just love hanging out with you.
Hey, thanks for having me. Let's do it again. Next time we got to get Patricio on.
Yes, for sure. Please have him standing by. And thanks, Coach. Thanks, everybody. We are signing off. Until next time, enjoy the hostilities, my friends.
Bink.
Bink.
Yeah. I know. Damn, we're gonna have to wait.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait.